Why are you saying unstable? Keyframe interval too high. So hello, Ruby. Hello, hello. Answer. Guilty Gear cards are 6-7 amount of good. I think you're appropriately using that meme. No, I think you're nailing it, actually. Okay. Make sure that we got the Twitch update and then YouTube update. I will apply to this. Yo, at yo, what up, Tantic? Hello, hello, how are you? What up, what up, what up? Hello, hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Good, trying to tune a Hawks retro deck so I can not feel bad about having this chrome sitting on my desk. Attaboy. That's what we do with our cards. Okay, the Gear cards are bullshit blazing. What? Huh? I actually should do this. Guilty Gear Strive's main theme. Ah, I see. There are too many assets in retro? Dude, get rid of all assets. Get rid of them all. I want them all out of here. No more assets, please. No more assets. Assets should leave. Goodbye, assets. But equipment heist is so good. Yeah, it's very good. I'm on board as long as we get hacker, but for backups, no, I don't think we need it actually. Just stack them. Just kill them. Thoughts on that? Void control. How about you just spin an attack card, killing my asset? How about that? How about that? How about you just kill my asset? Thoughts? Gun's a great answer. I agree. But you win games by only playing 2 attacks a game using 1 on a backup. But you win games by only playing 2 attacks a game using 1 on a backup. Oh, I understand. Using 1 on a backup seems bad. I didn't see all of it. I didn't see all of it. I couldn't see it. I'm not killing people in 2 attacks. I'm killing people in 13 attacks or whatever. I don't know what deck you're playing that's killing people in 2 attacks. Couldn't be me. Deku doesn't care about backups. He kills you, doesn't. Deku pokes, then smacks you for 45. That's true. That's true. Anything with Kai's face on it is A tier. Streams over. Okay, I guess. Alright, spoilers. I mean, maybe not. We'll see about it. I guess I could just fix this while it's live, but Oh, thank you so much, Lie to Your Doctor. I appreciate the 5 gifted. That's so incredibly kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah, man. That's so nice. And also, just know, do you have a plan with Tyrant Wave and Bullet Punches? Dude, it's gonna be dope. I think those cards are good. I'm a big Tyrant Wave sympathizer. I do greatly appreciate it. It's very kind of you. When am I headed around for regionals? This Thursday, I will be on the road. So tomorrow, no stream due to packing. And then Thursday, I will be in the air landing on Friday. At like, I'm leaving at like 8 a.m. Thursday morning. And then 8 a.m. Leaving 8 a.m. Thursday morning. And then landing at 6:30 p.m. At night. Wondering if Tyrant Wave Shishi is too gimmicky. Maybe. For the last ever international regional? Yeah. I'll leave Thursday too, but staying domestic, working packs. Hell yeah. For Universes or Riftbound or another company? We kill all the EU and OCE players? I don't think they're going to do it. Tam doing a Justin Birch impression? See, the Justin Birch impression would be going there and not topping. I plan on doing a TamCardwell impression. As Malabone says, I mean, Tam did win the last Webco regional. Maybe he wins the last international regional. I'm planning on going and killing another format. That's my plan. That's my plan. I've done this, and now I've messed up my camera in every other shot. Let me look. I did that, and then... No, we're good. We're so good. All right. We're killing players now? Nah. Tam the finisher, Cardwell? Yeah. Yeah. I finish for sure. I always finish. I make sure that I finish no matter what. No matter the cost to any other people involved in the activity that I'm doing. If one person's going to finish, it's me. If one person finishes, it's this guy right here. I'm not over here trying to play like control and like press all these buttons and whatnot. I'm here to get in and get out. I'm trying to get the Tam the Cleaner Cardwell. All right, sure. That's fine too. That's all right too. Yeah, that's chill. Let me see if I can get my VOD muted real quick. All right, we're testing something. Run an ad? Let's do it. Let's run the ad. I'm in. I now get to go over to YouTube. Okay. It doesn't look like this is killing my YouTube VOD. So I think that I'm okay. Uh-huh. Thank you, Robert M. Bach, for giving me this Game Night Noises Volume 2. I'm an aspiring video game composer. Lo-fi covers to help promote my upcoming game. Hit me up. Hell yeah. I appreciate it, Robert. Thank you so much, man. I need to take a snapshot of this. I missed the bad to the bone 10-hour riv. Yeah. New. I need this. Save as. Downloads. No ad. I got an ad. I sent it. I'm so lucky. We did just play an ad. Yeah. GGST music credits. Save. Okay. I got it. Alright, chat. You guys ready to get rocking? I technically have more dinner to eat, but I just don't know if I'm going to, you know? No, only rolling. Oh, you guys ready to rock it? I understand. I understand. Tam hated that joke. I'm sure I'd have liked it more if it was audio. If it was audible rather than via text. I think I hated that text joke. I think that was my issue. When did Sword become 2.5 mil? When more people got it. The more mods that I add to the squad, the more the price gets increased. Okay. All right, chat. Let's get it rocking. Oh, it's this one. Ah! I'm sharing a thing I'm not supposed to be sharing. Ultra window close. All right, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? And welcome back here to the channel. My name's Tam, and today I'm going to be going through every single Guilty Gear Strive Universes card, ranking, reviewing, rating them all. Now, this video is going to be a little bit weird because of the way that the set is weird. We have a ton of both attuned and not attuned cards. We've got mixing characters, and we've got quite a few infinity cards. And so in order to make the video the best that it can be, what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be focusing on each card, attuned or otherwise, based on the symbol that we're showing and representing right now. And every video is going to start with the infinity cards. So if you have already watched this video, this is going to be copy and pasted across every single one of the videos that we do, all talking about infinity, because I'm only going to talk about them one time, whereas everything else is going to be over a ton. So let's talk infinity cards. Before we can talk about infinity cards, we have to talk about the most prominent card that will exist in this set, and that is this brand new Roman cancel token that is inside of the game. Whenever you play a card that has the tension keyword, this thing spawns into your momentum face up. I believe it's face up into your momentum. And it's got a slew of text. Let's talk about it. Remove this card at the beginning of your turn. So if you haven't used it, you lose it. You can only play one of these named abilities, red, purple, yellow, blue, once per turn. Two of them being on my turn, essentially. Two of them being on my rival's turn. Red says, enhance, remove, change the zone of your attack. So if I have looked at my opponent's hand and they have a bunch of low blocks and I have a low attack, I can use red, removing this Roman cancel to then change its zone to high. Pretty decent. From there, purple response, remove and spend an additional momentum. It is allowed to be a second Roman cancel that you have. So use the ability on purple, remove a second momentum. After your blocked attack resolves, clear it from your card pool and draw a card, turning our 5-handers into 6-handers, or 6-handers into 7-handers, or 7-handers into 8-handers. Very, very good. Spend 2 momentum, -1 progressive all of your difficulty for the turn, and then redraw a card. Very, very solid. Yellow, response, remove, spend a momentum. Before you take damage from an unblocked attack, change that attack's damage to 3. This is not a damage penalty, but it is a reduction in the damage, or it's also an increase, right? It could be before you take damage. Before I take damage from an unblocked attack, that's going to go in for 0. I could change it to 3, so it is also a damage increase, but not a damage bonus. Important distinction here, but incredibly good. Spend 2 momentum to essentially negate an attack. 3 damage is kind of nothing unless it's everything. But in the early games, this is very good if you can find some Roman cancels. No need to block when I can just set it to 3. And then lastly, blue, form, remove, freeze 1 rival foundation. It says that foundation does not ready naturally at the ready step of the game. So when we take and I use blue, I will take and either I pick a committed card that is already committed and it says it won't ready, or I pick a ready card that I either am like playing mental games that say that I don't want them to commit it, because if it commits it, they don't get it back, or so on and so forth. There's some interesting choices that you can make here. The easy answer is, oh, I just pick a committed card and I just do it. The less easy choice is I'm allowed to freeze readied foundations, and then if you ever do commit that foundation, I've got you there. Which I think is really cool. Really cool. But enough about the Roman cancel. We will be referencing it later on in the video. But let's talk about the infinity cards that we have, such as Faultless Defense. It is a 2/5 1 mid block. It has the infinity keyword, or infinity symbol, which means it can be placed in any deck regardless of the symbol choice that you have. It has a static that says, while this card's in your card pool, all attacks get -1 damage, period. An incredible blocking piece. It's very, very solid. A 1 mid block that says all moves get -1 damage. It's very, very solid as long as people are playing a bit of a fair game. Showing off how defensive this card can be, and the response card pool, after you block an attack, gain 1 health. And so if you can block over and over and over and over again, you are certainly going to be racking up this health, especially if it is a full block. But a little thank you, Mitchell, I appreciate that. Death, it does have the death symbol, kind of. You can't put it in death decks. When you take and use the after I block a thing, if it's fully blocked, then the -1 damage didn't matter. But if it's partial blocked, it could matter. If it's an odd number, it goes down to even. I think this card is pretty cool. I love it in the uncommon slot. I don't know how much competitive play it'll see. Psych Burst. It is a 2/5 with a 1 low block. Again, infinity symbol. Another action you play out of your hand. Response remove. After a rival plays an ability on a card in their momentum, cancel that ability, and your rival spends that card. So this is really interesting because this cancels Roman cancels. And so the fact that like after they play the ability on the card, cancel it, very strong, and then your rival spends that card. Sadly, the Roman cancel itself removes. That's fine. But if there are other face-up abilities on cards in your momentum, it'll get rid of it. I.e., like a really good one at the moment is like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. I will play Chimera Kraken. I will once per turn give my move +2 speed. Psychic Burst will say, I will play this. You do not get the speed and you lose the momentum altogether. This card having the infinity symbol is so solid because we do not know the actual strength of Roman cancels. I think this card is very, very good. I'm excited to use Roman cancel, but if it's too good, there is a counter that literally everybody is allowed to play 4 copies of inside of their main board and just slam it. From here, we have Dust Attack. It is a tension attack. I'm a dummy and I forgot to put the Roman cancel on this one. Basically, every other tension has it. It's a 5/3, 2 low block, 3 low for 5. Only has the tension keyword. It says response after the attack deals 5 or more damage. This card does not count towards progressive difficulty this turn. So if Dust Attack is not currently being contested, if you don't block Dust Attack, it doesn't count. So a card that just gets you a Roman cancel, gets you a momentum, and then proceeds to not count towards progressive difficulty is very, very good on an off-zoned move. Not to mention, if you can somehow get this damage up to 9, it then says that even if they have a mid-block and then can partial block it, it still is not going to count towards progressive. I think this card is incredibly strong. It's very, very strong. And so the fact that Dust Attack has so much utility, I think it's gonna be very, very solid in the decks that are looking for a card shaped like Dust Attack. And then I believe this is my last one, and it is Wild Assault. It is a 5/3, 5 mid for 3 with a 1 high block, has the tension and charge keyword. It says response after you play this card, your rival spends 1 momentum. Really, really dope. Because people are generating so much Roman cancel. Again, there are 2 now infinity cards that are actively hating on my rival's momentum. And the stats on this card are not that bad, honestly. A 5 mid for 3, it's asking you to a 5 mid for 3 that generates your momentum for free is good. It's good on rate. And so, like, when I play this card, you spend the momentum. This is pretty solid. I just have to solve the damage issue of how do I get more damage onto my character. And the big thing of note here is Wild Assault says when you play this card, so that does include when you use that 1 high block to block with it. So blocking with that 1 high block is good. It is relevant to make happen. Oh, I lied. There's a couple. There's some foundations. Crossbow protection. 1/5, 2 mid block. Response after you play this card. If the zone of this attack has been changed, it deals no damage. Really cool blocking piece. Again, another hate piece for our Roman cancels. The red enhance change the attack of your zone. Oh, sorry. It is if my rival changes the attack of theirs, they use their Roman cancel. Red, I will then block with my cross of protection, and then it will deal no damage. I think it's neat because obviously we're going to be using Roman cancel red to make it high or low, and then the 2 mid block says that I get to cover it up, or they keep it mid, and my 2 mid block is going to cover it up. This is a very, very cool card. Probably more in the sideboard, not really all that necessary, but. As the video shows, it's tier list time. So what we're going to be doing is I do this. And then I think if I come back here, and then add a row below. And I actually want you there. And I want you there. And I want you there. Okay, so we're here. Okay, so it is tier list time, and so what we're going to do is I want to place these cards into where I think they are useful inside of your deck. And I have 4 main categories here of need, want, nice, and niche. Let me explain the categories and then we will move on. Need. This is a card that you absolutely want to see. You have to see it every single game. You gotta have it. You need to have it. Very easily, your 3 to 4 ofs, maybe even auto include 4 ofs. I need this card for my game plan to work. My wants. My wants are, man, most games I'm gonna want this in my hand. Most games I'm gonna want this on the board. I feel like I will be better off with this card than without this card, but it is not the linchpin of my game plan, and so I do not need it. Nice is just that. This is a nice card to have. Man, I would feel better if I had this card, but I don't even want this card. It's something nice that if it lands on the board, I think that I'm feeling pretty decent or pretty okay about. And then niche is those one-offs of, hey, I'm playing this really spicy piece of tech. Maybe it's in the sideboard tier, something along those lines. So need, want, nice, niche are the 4 categories that I'm going to be using. It kind of gives you a general vibes feeling on it. And then focus is going to be the card that we are focusing on. So if I want to talk about, i.e. fearless or faultless defense, here it is. And then repeat are, when I talk about a card in the context of the symbol that it has, as you can see, there are repeated cards on here because cards share more than one symbol. We will just slot them down here because they will already be up on the bracket. So, faultless defense. I think this card is pretty niche. It is niche to nice, but I think that it falls a little closer to niche. A 1 mid block is super good. It's a very good piece, but the fact that it still counts as progressive, yes, the -1 damage is pretty good. But if it had something along the lines of like -1 damage and then somehow give it an extra -1 damage, so it's -2 on something, and then also to gain the health, like I'm asking for my cake and eating it too. But it's just in its current form, I don't think it does quite enough. Which is totally okay because of the fact that it's an infinity symbol card. Every deck is allowed to play this card. It should be relatively weak or focused on the thing that it does. And the answer is that it is good at defense. The more that I block, the better off I am. And if I can't quite block, I'm still going to get a bonus out of it. From here, I've got Psych Burst. I think that Psych Burst is either going to be in niche if Roman cancels are not very good, or want if they are good. Having a card that is actively hating on having a card that actively is hating on Roman cancels is a big deal. But if Roman cancels are not all over the place, or if they do not make it as a if tension does not make it as a deck archetype or whatever, it will be niche to mess up the cool Roman cancel ideas, but there just aren't enough face-up momentum use abilities at the moment that Psych Burst feels like it's something that I absolutely am gonna want. From here, we've got Dust Attack. Dust Attack is very good. I like this card a lot. It's probably gonna be the most seen tension attack played because of the current climate. Obviously, the first thing that people saw it with Dust Attack was Godzilla. Hey, this is a 3 low for 8 that says instantly get momentum. If I've got City Rampage, it's a 4 low for 9, which hits that threshold of, you know, if it's partially blocked, it doesn't count as progressive. It gives myself momentum so that I can then spend it and do something else with it. And so, like, in Godzilla, it's a need. I need to see this card. But the question is overall, how do we feel? If Dust Attack is one of the cards that goes inside of your deck, it is a need. It's one of the cards that I absolutely want to have. Its stats are very good at 3 low for 5 with a good low block. It generates you that momentum that we care about, and if we need to, we can change the zone. pound for pound, this might end up being the strongest card inside of Guilty Gear, specifically at the uncommon slot. I think there will be some other ultra rares or maybe some of the secret rares that could fight this, but I think this is just the best ultra rare that exists. Or sorry, uncommon that exists. Dust deck is very, very good, and the decks that want to play it, they're going to need to play it. From here, we have Wild Assault. I think this card is probably in the nice category. I really like the application of the block with a 1 high block, make you spend a momentum. That's very, very solid. Combined with, it is very fast. It does not necessarily hit very hard, but it's a utility piece, not a I'm going to kill you piece. I do think at 5 difficulty is a little bit of a high bar to want to play on my turn, though. So, although very cool, especially in the climate of just looking at Guilty Gear, I think that this card is lacking pretty severely when it comes to real playability. Unless, of course, your character cares about the charge keyword. I think that's the only thing that could maybe push it up to want, but it being 3 damage is kind of a big deal when it comes to how much I am trying to actively play this card on my turn, not just on my rival's turn. And then my last one is Cross-Up Protection. Cross-Up Protection, although very cool of a card, is a very niche card. There isn't a ton of zone manipulation outside of the Roman Cancel, Eno, and Mirio. Besides that, zone manipulation is really few and far between. It's just not being seen, not being played right now. And maybe with everything that's happening, Mirio and Eno grow in the ranks and are good enough to bring this card out. But if anything, it just sits in the sideboard and play. You could play like 1 or 2 of it in your sideboard if you feel like you have the space. But in my opinion, I think that it's just not going to get there. It's super niche. Maybe if you got a local that really cares about it, Cross-Up Protection is where you should be. So from there, what has happened? Oh, I think I understand. Oh, I understand. Come back to here. And that turns back off. Boop. And so from there, we now get to look at the air symboled cards. So this is a look at every single air symboled card, even if it repeats. So we're going to start off with Kickstart My Heart. An action, so one of the cards that you play out of your hand for difficulty 4 check. It is a 3 low block. I absolutely love the artwork on this card. It's so good. I love the line here and the line here. Randomly has the charge keyword, is air attuned, so it can be played in any character that has the air symbol, even if you don't necessarily even if you're not necessarily playing the air symbol as your main primary symbol. As long as your character's got it, you got it. Has a static that says this card gets -1 difficulty if you played a Roman Cancel ability this turn. So it goes from a 4 diff down to a 3 diff, top left corner. And so on your turn, we are saying, like, if I've changed the zone or frozen a card, or if my rival has blocked my card, I get to play Kickstart My Heart on a lower difficulty. But the big thing about Kickstart My Heart is its enhance says this non-throw attack gains Echo, which then tells me, so I'm trying to spend a momentum to then replay it, but then I have to, if I've used the Roman Cancel, I've spent the Roman Cancel, the good abilities on the Roman Cancels spend a momentum, and then the Echo spends momentum. So Kickstart My Heart, as an action, says if I have 3 momentum, I kind of get to blow you out for free. This card's fine. This card's not incredible. I think it's okay at best. Not really where I want to be when it comes to an action that sits in the card pool. But I guess giving anything Echo that's not supposed to have Echo is very good. And so there certainly is an argument that Kickstart My Heart is worth it as a card. From here, hey, look, I have a Roman Cancel on the screen now. It's a 5/3, Beta Blade 5/3, 5 low for 5 with a 2 high block. Air attuned, obviously. Tension, so grab my Roman Cancel, punch weapon, blitz. Each player may only play 1 enhance ability during this attack. This is a very good card. When you are planning on playing Beta Blade, you have prepped and prepared for it. Hey, I get to do a singular thing. A singular thing. Somebody said, so tension is not a Roman cancel ability? Correct. It is not a Roman cancel ability. You have to use one of the 4 things on the card in order for Kickstart My Heart to work. When I am going to be playing Beta Blade as my opener, you might have a bunch of things that you want to do. Draw a bunch of cards and so on and so forth. And I do not. So I will generate my momentum, do my one thing that I care about. You do your one thing you care about. And then we're off to the races. And so I think that Beta Blade is very good. Is a 5 diff 5 low for 5, which is on rate that generates you a momentum that you can spend to do something. I think this card is very good. The question is will the keywords be relevant to make your other moves better? A lot of these tension cards I feel like are very good openers and not necessarily good finishers. But Beta Blade as an opener is very strong. Next, we've got Stun Edge. It's a 4/3, 2 mid for 4, has a 1 mid block. Stun 1, tension ranged, and that's it. It's a 2 mid for 4 that generates you momentum and commits one of their foundations on a gnarly 1 mid block. This card is cool. Again, if tension matters, then this card is going to feel great. Changing this into a high or a low could be relevant. Generating that momentum to stun 1 and then proceed to have it get blocked, spend additional momentum, and then clear it is very good. Like Stun Edge feels very good, right? I Stun Edge number 1, get my Roman cancel, stun 1 you. They block it, they don't, whatever. I play the second Stun Edge. It's a 2 mid for 4 with another stun 1. They block it. I respond purple Roman cancel, clear the second Stun Edge, redraw a card. I'll play another Stun Edge. I've cleared my progressive. I've drawn a card. I'm moving pieces throughout my deck. I think this card could be worth it, especially with how good of a mid block 1 is. It just depends on what the rest of my my attack lineup looks like. Man, they're going to make me say this. Dire Eclat. It is a 5/3, 4 high for 5 with a 1 low block tension charge weapon. It says blitz your next charge or weapon attack gets +1/+1. Again, looking at these 5 difficulties openers. Giving something +1/+1 is kind of decent. I mean, we look at charge or ranged. Yeah, just even giving Stun Edge, making it a 3 for 5 is worth it. 3 for 5 stun 1 on a 4 diff is good, right? I Dire Eclat into Stun Edge. Like these are tactics that you could be using under the air symbol to make use of this Roman cancel ability to the best of its ability. Hey, here's a 4 high for 5. Here's a 3 mid for 5. This one was stun 1. This is good. This is a decent opener, especially if the next card you play wears its stats very well. From here we got Loop the Loop. It is a I hate these numbers. It's a 3 difficulty, 3 check, 3 mid for 3 with a 1 mid block. Has Frenzy, which means that it gets +1 speed and +1 damage for every for each attack that's been blocked this turn. So if your rival goes on a tear blocking all your moves, you play Loop the Loop and give it +X/+X. And then it says face down cards in your card pool do not count towards progressive to play this card. Period. A very big Bridget thing, which we will get to in a second. And then it also says that things like Echo cards don't count towards progressive, which is pretty good with things like Kickstart Your Heart. And then it says response card pool at the start of the end phase, add 1 other card from your card pool to your hand. This is interesting. Let me think about my timing here for a second, because I don't know if I'm allowed to. Yeah, I can't have 2 loop-de-loops pick themselves up, right? I have the 1 loop-de-loop. I've got 2 loop-de-loops. One of them picks the other one up, but then the other one isn't there to respond card pool to then pick the other one up. So you can loop-de-loop pick one up and then have this one that's still, no, I get to pick 1 card up. So I'm probably going to pick other cards up, if that makes sense. But this card is very cool, especially with Bridget being able to play out a string and then loop-de-loop, rebuy back a card. Feels very, very good. Also, like, part of this being like a 1 mid block. And it does say at the start of the end phase, add 1 of the cards from your card pool to your hand. So it could be like, I block with a card, I block with a loop-de-loop at the start of the end phase, use loop-de-loop on my rival's turn, and I pick that card back up. A lot of games can be decided very easily on, my rival forcing me to block with a card that I didn't want to. And so Loop the Loop being able to kind of fix that idea feels very cool. And says that I get to play better defense. And I think that makes this card very, very much worth it. This card's very good. Up next, we've got Ride the Lightning, another beautiful piece of card art. 4/3/4 mid for 5 with a 2 high block charge spell weapon, has the air and order symbols. As a static on it that says your rival must commit 1 foundation as an additional cost to play responsibilities during this attack. That does include things like your Roman cancel. And then this has a response that says after the attack deals damage, draw 1 card, period. If your rival has 6 or more committed foundations, draw 2 cards instead. A 4 mid for 5 that replaces itself is just a good rate. It's just a good rate. A 4 mid for 5 that says draw 2 is very, very solid. The fact that this card is a flow card and a disruptive card and not a kill you card is a very neat space for an ultra rare. I like it a lot. This card easily could have had powerful 7 and like gone nuts and it gets damage equal to the number of cards you're about to draw or whatever, but it doesn't have that. It's just I'm gonna play this really meaty 4 mid for 5. You have to stick with it, and you're not allowed to play responses during this move. And if you interact with my fairly decently fast move, it is going to be I'm gonna get to draw extra resources, see extra cards, play the game a little better. Very cool, very, very cool. I'm not 100% positive it's going to be a staple in a ton of decks, but I think it will be worth it. Up next, we've got Stop and Dash. It's a 5/3/4 high for 4 with a 2 mid block. Tension, again, snap that Roman cancel. Ranged weapon, response card pool, seal this card, which means takes away all of its card text. It still has ranged and weapon. After an attack is played, unflip 1 card in your card pool. So what we can do is I play Stop and Dash, and then I can use the tension on it to get my momentum, play my next attack, respond Stop and Dash, to then unflip a card in my card pool. Or I can play Stop and Dash, respond on it, seal this card, unflip a card in my card pool, but then I do not get the tension as it is sealed before we hit the enhanced step. So there is some interesting timing that you have to do with this uncommon to if you need the Roman cancel right now. This being a 5 difficulty is a little bit of a tough sell for me because it's asking to be played second and get full value. We have to do a little push and pull. We can't have our cake and eat it too type moment of Stop and Dash. It really depends on how important is this tension versus how important is this unflip this exact second. And also Stop and Dash, it can't be, we don't want to play it. No, Stop and Dash just can't be played as our first move. Hold on. How did we get a face down card in our card pool to begin with? Yeah, this card as a 6 difficulty, 4 high for 4 seems really, really underpowered. I guess it really depends on what you want to unflip. How important is that to you? It's a big question. Big question you got to answer. From here, we've got a Promised Toast. It's a 1/5/3 high foundation. It says enhance commit. This deck gets +2 speed. You may discard a card. If you do, this deck gets +4 speed instead. Wowzers, what a good one. +2 speed is fine. It's okay. It's whatever. My rival can mess around with it. It's chill. Not a very good rate on a 1/5/3 high block for commit for +2 speed. If you ever decide to use the discard a card for 4 speed instead, it is such a back-breaking ability. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Air symbol something irregovable. That's true. Irregovable was pretty good on this one. I think this card is so incredibly strong because when you care about it, that +4 speed is going to kill somebody. The +2 speed I don't care about. I'm going to give it +4 speed. It's going to be very, very solid. Up next, we've got Forbidden Hair Wielder. It's a 1/5/2 low block. Response flip : after your attack deals damage, your rival mills 3, period. Milling cards in our game, a mill out strategy, is a little difficult. The idea of taking and putting the top 3 cards of my rival's deck into the discard pile is not normally a win condition. It's difficult to make that happen. As a disruption piece, though, right, after my attack deals damage, my rival mills 3, if they have put cards on top of their deck or looked at the top card of the deck or something along those lines, and then they want to block or something, I could see it being useful there. But all in all, mill 3 is not as disruptive in our game as you could imagine it would be, or at least it hasn't been in previous practice. So I'm not exactly sure where Forbidden Hair Wielder is going to lie. I'm happy cards like this exist in the game, but they are certainly not seen very much. From here, we got Scare Tactics, the 1/5/3 high block, enhanced commit. This attack gets +1 speed. If it's not blocked, your next check gets +2. This is interesting because it is exactly what the card is. It is a scare tactic, right? My move gets a little bit faster, a little bit harder to interact with, and I'm telling you, hey, interact with this, or the next thing that I play will be easier to play. But that easier to play is net valued only 1. Because if I was going to play that card anyways, I get to commit Scare Tactics for the +1 to my check because of inherently playing the game, because of the rules of the game. And so just kind of like giving +1 to my next check and +1 speed when you reduce down all the numbers of like what's actually happening inside the game is probably not all that interesting. But as a common, I think this card is kind of neat, especially if your rival has decided that blocking is not the thing that they're trying to do. If they're just trying to play like a big aggro game at you, I think it's totally chill. Up next, very cool art, the Roar of the Spark. It is a 2/5, 2 mid block, enhance commit. This deck gets gains stun 1 or gets -2 speed. So +1 speed, or you have -1 check, or however you want to describe stun 1 or -2 speed. It might be okay on a 2/5, 2 mid block. I can tell you that if it was stun 2, it'd be too much, but I think on stun 1, it might not be enough. Maybe on like a 3/5, 3 mid block, stun 1 -3, we could talk. But like using this on offense and saying, well, I don't get to have it on defense is kind of tough. It is difficult, but at the same time, like when we look back at some of the other order cards that are available to us, there's a lot of committing that is going on, right? I can commit this on my rival on my turn to say that, hey, when I need to use this offensively, I will rip your board apart, turning it all sideways, and go for the kill. Or if I don't need it, I will take and use it for minus speed. And so there's a lot of versatility when it comes to Roar of the Spark. Makes it a little difficult to parse out what. Makes it a little difficult to parse out what where exactly it will fall in its usefulness. And then I believe our last card, the Town Inside Me, 2/5, 3 low block, ally weapon, neat keywords. Response once per turn. After you play an ally card, gain 1 health period. Now, keynote, this is not a card pool response. So if you play the Town Inside Me, you do not gain a health, then it has to be in your stage to make that happen. One of those cards that all by its lonesome, probably not that difficult, or probably not that impactful. But if you get all 4 of them, this card feels so cool. The card feels so cool. I'll play my ally and gain 4 health. I'll block with an ally, gain 4 health. That's a hell of a swing turn over the course of the turn cycle. There's going to be some air or water deck that is just playing a ton of allies, that is actively looking to just gain a bunch of health rather than block with cards. I'll block with 1 card and then gain 4. I've essentially blocked twice, you know? And then on my turn, I'll play my ally attack card and then gain another 4. Gaining 8 health across 2 turns because I'm 4 foundations seems really cool. But again, the more attacks that I'm playing, the more cards that I'm committing. They're not allowed to be the Town Inside Me. It is tough. You got to make some choices when it comes to a card like this. It's neat. Up next, we got Tricky Spinner. It's a 3/5, 2 low block. It's got the air and all symbol. Enhance Sacrifice. So destroy this. Choose 1. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both instead. How do we get momentum? Pretty easy. Play the engine keyword. Add one card from your hand to your card pool face up. Add one card from your card pool to your hand. So I put a card from my hand into my card pool face up, and then I take a card from my card pool and then lift it back to my hand. So I do a bit of a swap. And then draw one card, add a card from my hand to the top of my deck. So I'll draw one, take whatever card I think is cool, and then place the other one. Guarantee my check. This card, non-unique, ultra rare, is very, very cool. There are ways for you to like pick a card back up and then place it back down. I'm thinking of like classic Porco lines, right? Of I have this teaming, I have this Attack Titans armbar. All my moves have +2 damage right now. I will use Tricky Spinner to pick it up and then place it back down. And then my move gets another +2, as well as draw a card, take it off my hand, and put it on top of my deck to guarantee my next check to then play it. As well as, it's like a loose way to echo something again. I play an attack, I then get to take and lift the first attack that I played, and I'll add a foundation back into my card pool, and then I get to play my attack again. Seems like a really neat way to recycle and reuse some attack cards on a turn. Like the name says, it's a very tricky card to get right. I think there's going to be some brewers out there that really like what Tricky Spinner is going to bring to the table. And then from here, I've got Whirling Ninjutsu, 2/5, 2 mid-block. It's got the air and earth symbol. Enhance. If the speed of the stack is greater than its printed speed, it gets +1 damage. This card is perfect in the common slot. I think that it is +1 damage is not very much at the commit cost, especially for a 2 difficulty card without a very good block. This card's not very good. This card's not very good. Youthful Exuberance. It's a 2/5, 1 high block, air and fire. Enhance commit. This ranged or spell attack gets +2 speed or +2 damage. Now we're talking. It doesn't ask you to commit. Oh, if this card doesn't say commit. Okay, let me come back. Let me come back. If the speed of the stack is greater than its printed speed, it gets +1 damage. This card's playable. This card's super good. This card's super good. I read the word enhance commit, and I was like, whoa. Whoa, this card sucks. This card's really, really bad. Okay, no, this card's great. This card's super, super good. If the speed attack is greater than it's printed, it gets a damage. This card's very good. 2/5, 2 mid block. Yeah. Yeah, this card is good. When I read it originally as a commit cost, it was very bad. It was very bad as a commit cost. I was like, whoa, 2/5 that commits for 1 damage. This card is good. This card is certainly a build around card. You can easily play 4 of this and feel great. Yeah. Okay, thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Youthful Exuberance, the 2/5, 1 high block. It's got air and fire, enhance, commit. This ranged or spell attack is +2 speed or +2 damage. I love cards that are shaped like this. I think that having a restriction in the type of card that I'm about to play, ranged or spell, and then getting a massive bonus in either direction that I want, speed or damage, is good. 2 is not a massive number. 3 is a big number. 2 is not a big number. But the fact that I get to pick speed or damage whenever I need it or want it is really, really good. As well as, this has got a very solid 1 high block. I think this card, if you are looking for high blocks and you're looking for a little extra juice inside of your foundation lineup, Youthful Exuberance, I think easily could be at the top of your list of things to do. My deck is not hitting hard enough. Okay, Exuberance is the way to get that extra stats. I like this card a lot. I think this one is neat to round out the team. Let's go back to our tier list. Let's go back and let's talk about these air cards. So from here, we get to focus on the air cards. We've got Kickstart My Heart. Need, Want, Nice, Niche. I think that Kickstart My Heart is probably in the nice category, although people are for sure going to be playing it in the want category. People are going to be playing this at like a 3 of like, my deck is going to want to build around Kickstart My Heart. But the fact that it's a 4 difficulty action really makes me lean away from this card. But I think if I just like accidentally happen upon Kickstart My Heart and I give it pretty, I give it a decent, I find it on turn 4. I think this card is very cool. Seeing this card on turn 2, Not very good unless you were absolutely Roman cancel spamming, which might be like the archetype. Hey, Roman cancel spam. I'm gonna play Kickstart My Heart. But all in all, even as an air character, probably not what I'm looking for unless your name is Bridget, because we can flip it and move it. From there, we've got Beta Blade. So Beta Blade is interesting because I think the decks that are playing this card are going to want it. There's a reason that I am trying to stop the enhanced step from happening. I'm trying to limit this enhanced step. I'm thinking of things like Flash Jin, for example, right? Making this a 7 low or 8 low for 5 that snaps me a momentum, and then saying that it's as close to a flash as I could get while still entering the enhanced step with tension is pretty dope. I think this card is very cool for the deck that wants to play it, but at the same time, all it is doing is being stats, being baseline good stats, snapping me that momentum, but they're not really progressing my game state any further than that as a 5 diff. I'm not sure that I put it in the Beta Blade. I'm gonna build my whole deck around it, but I think like even from turn 2 onwards, if I open with Beta Blade, if this is what my deck is trying to do, it probably does not feel that bad. I probably want this card in my hand on most attacking turns to generate that momentum and then pop off with it. Next, we've got Stun Edge. So again, the low block, or sorry, the one mid block being as low as it is, the number being low is a boon. It's very, very big. But this card's very slow as my opener. It is like, if this was a 2 for 5, I think that I could be down for it as like something that I'm asking my rival to really interact with. But 4 damage in today's day and age is kind of not really what I'm looking for. So the best that it could possibly do is nice. The best that it could possibly do is nice. If I'm looking for some move to put it together, maybe this is the single tension attack that I'm playing because I've got a very stun-centric package. I could play this, but I think that there's just going to be other cards that you could find. So if you are playing this, it's really for this niche idea of my keywords line up and the one mid block lines up and the tension is nice. I can't see going much further than niche on Stun Edge. Oh, I have to click this button as well. Easy, easy, easy. From here, we have Dire Eclat, which is 4 high 5. My next one gets 1/1. It's got a solid low block. I think, again, kind of the same idea with Stun Edge. We've just seen better openers. But again, keywords, tension, it's got a good block. I think that I would push it up to nice. I could easily see myself playing this at like a decent 2 of in order to round out my low blocks, snap that momentum, make my next thing a little better based on charger ranges that I care about. Like an all charge deck, Eclat into Eclat probably feels good as long as I have the foundations to like pay for it, you know? And so there is that. I think that this card is dope, but I'm not 100% positive that it is going to see a ton of play, nor do I think you probably find something better. It's probably a good budget option. Up next, I've got Loop the Loop. I think Loop the Loop is very strong. Obviously, it's an ultra rare. 3 difficulty with Frenzy feels great. It ignoring face down cards feels great in the character that it was designed for with Bridget. And then at the start of the end phase, add another card from my card pool to my hand is essentially like the laziest draw of all time. I'm going to put this in the need category. If my game plan is working, if I'm playing a deck like Loop the Loop, I am actively trying to find as many face downs as possible, play Loop the Loops over and over and over again. There's a world where I could see it as like it's a neat 2 of or whatever, but I really feel like if I'm trying to loop the loop, I want to loop the loop. Let's loop the loop. I want to play this one over and over and over again. From here, we've got Ride the Lightning. So Ride the Lightning is interesting. It is a 4 mid for 5. No tension. Has the static that says if you respond, you get the You have to commit the extra resources, as well as we are drawing cards if it connects. This card is probably one of those nice to want cards. If my rival plays a ton of responses, it's definitely in the want package. But it's probably closer to the nice. I can see this is like a nice 2 of to round out where things go. There's no way that this ultra rare makes it into the need category because, like we said in the previous, it just can't actually get the job done and kill somebody. It doesn't actually like end the game properly. There's no powerful. There's no EX. There's no big damage stat. You got to go find that on your own. And its ability doesn't necessarily like even wear that big damage stat all that well. It's just there to flow and bring your deck together. To bring your deck together to make the next thing that much more potent. So it's a cool 4-diff opener that is big. A 5 damage 4-diff opener that is asking you some questions. Please interact with me. But if you interact with me in a specific way, I punish you. I think these cards are really nice. At best, it could be at 1. You know what? I'm gonna leave it at 1 because it's a ultra rare and it deserves it. It deserves it. Up next, I've got Stop and Dash. This card is interesting. Doing the game math on it of it almost always being a 6-diff makes me want to put this in the niche category. It definitely, yeah, it's either niche or nice at best, and that's being like so kind. But I think I'm gonna leave it in niche. I think in the decks that are playing it being like a 1, maybe a 2 of are fine. There's no way we play 3 or 4 of it because how often outside of Bridget are we getting face down cards in our card pool to then unflip? This one as a 6-diff 4-high for 4 that gets you momentum. There's just better tension cards. I'm just gonna toss it in niche. I'm sure there's gonna be some crazy wombo combo deck that top decks or wins an event with stop and dash, and I'm gonna be upset about it. I'm gonna be upset. They're gonna go back to the tier list and be like, I told you so. A promised toast. I think this card lands strictly in the want category. Again, a 1/5 commit. A 1/5 commit for +2 speed is not great. Again, having a discard the card for +4. I'm trying not to reach yet. If you are trying to use this +4 speed, if you actively do it, it's so good. It's so good. It's rad. Forbidden Hair Wielder, again, super niche. I don't think that milling is all that important in our game. It's just like not highly impactful. Even like getting 4 of these, the fact that like they're not repeatable and then once per turn is a big deal. If it was repeatable and once per turn on the 1/5 too low block, I could see myself putting it up a little bit higher. But the fact that it's got that flip cost means that it's just not going to see very much, if any, play. Up next, I've got Scare Tactics. This card's very in the same vein as previous cards we talked about, where Scare Tactics, just when you do the math of the game, commit a foundation for +2 to my check just doesn't make very much sense, especially when it is indicative of my rival being in charge of the check itself. My rival says that whether my attack is blocked or not, and the +1 speed is not enough to move the needle to make Scare Tactics matter at all. And so for that reason, it's a niche card. Roar of the Spark. This card is interesting. 2/5, 2 mid block that says stun 1, and it gets stun 1 or -2 speed. I think the decks that are actively trying to play this card probably want this card. I think stacking up multiples of these is pretty good at decimating my rival stage. Just me turning 3 cards sideways for you to turn 3 cards sideways. And I've done the math to make sure that makes sense, to make sure that works. Not to mention you've committed cards as you are attacking me. I committed cards, i.e. Roar the Spark, to defend. And then on the turn that I'm trying to kill you, I will Roar the Spark and then turn them all sideways. It is a little tough that... So for that, with that being said, I think that this is going to be okay. I could also see it just existing in the nice category of like, there are plenty of players that say, there are plenty of players that say that having a 2/5 commit for -2 speed at a 2 of in your deck is very good. The 2 mid block is also a little appealing, and so I would totally get that as well if Roar the Spark ended up being in the nice category. Yeah. Up next, the Town Inside Me. So we talked about the play pattern previously in the video, but I think that the Town Inside Me easily could be a need card if you are playing that play pattern of, I find 4 of these guys, I play an attack, an ally card, I gain 4, I block with an ally card, I gain 4. I play an ally card, I gain 4, I block with an ally, I gain 4. Like, gaining 8 over the course of the turn cycle is very, very strong. The question is how relevant is that? How difficult is it to get the Town Inside Me on an active? I think if you're playing this card, you need to play 4 of it, because having 1 of it, if I put it in niche and you've only got the 1 of it, it doesn't make very much sense for you to, like, keep playing this card over and over again. I think you want it at the 4 of, so that, because you need to see multiples of them to make this card actually have some real value. Otherwise, play something else in its stead. And so I think for that purpose, I'm gonna put it in the need category, because you just want 4 of it. And that is what my tier list looks like. Up next, I've got Tricky Spinner. 3/5, 3 difficulty is my tough sell here. The fact that it does so much, if I'm abusing this Roman cancel idea, is very, very cool. I like the fact that if I've snapped 2 momentum, I get to pop off and do this very cool thing of add a card from my hand to my card pool face up, and then pick a card back up, and then draw a card, stack the top card of my deck. Like, this card does a ton when it comes to flowing and making my deck work together. There's a lot of movement with Tricky Spinner. And so the answer is either want or nice. I think that it is a little tough outside of focusing so hard on the Roman cancel identity to make Tricky Spinner work. And so for that reason, I think that I am going to go nice. In a Roman cancel focused deck, I'm probably going to go into the want category, because again, I'm playing these cards to lift and replay and so on and so forth. And with this Tricky Spinner existing, I think that there's a world where we look and we look at some sort of card pool clearing, or cards that don't count towards progressive, or something along those lines, to then add them into the card pool when I'm lifting these other attacks back up. I think this card is neat, but again, I have to unlock. Actually, hold on. Draw a card, add a card from your hand to the top of your deck is maybe worth the destroy cost, and even then, it's probably still only in the nice category. Like, doing either one of these, of add the card to your hand, add a card face up. I'm gonna keep it in nice. I think this card is good enough to be in nice, but I think that there are other 3 difficulties that I would probably put in their other slots, and I think a 2 of is probably where I would want to leave this card for the most part. Whirling Ninjutsu. Whirling Ninjutsu is a very good card when it does not commit as a cost. Because it is spammable, it is very, very solid. To the point where I think it's actually a need or a want. I'm going to leave it in the want, just for space-wise, but a 2/5, 2 mid-block is good enough to want to play. And if your deck is actively giving extra speed, the thing that it is normally looking for is extra damage. And this card answers that question. So I give speed in some way, i.e. my character or something. Some static that exists, and then as long as it's got it, I'm going to play a bunch of extra moves. I think that this card is very, very solid because of that spammable button that I get to press over and over and over again of that extra speed. It's kind of in that same idea of the Town Inside Me, but even having 1 ninjutsu, because it's not this once per turn like Town Inside Me, is probably better than. It's probably not necessarily you need to play 4 of them. I need to see this card. This is very much I want to see this card, because again, damage is good, but speed wins games. Youthful Exuberance. So I like this card a lot. I think this card is super, super neat. E-commit, this Ranger spell attack gets +2 or +2 speed or +2 damage. I am a big fan of this card in the nice section. I think this is a solid 2 of. It's got a really decent high block, and the fact that it is moldable based on the card types that you have feels very good. I feel kind of in the same way that I do about Roar of the Spark. This card is one of those cards that is actively trying to, I like it at a 2 of my deck. Again, block, and then I use this card to finish the game in whichever way that I see fit. I need speed to push this attack through. I need damage to close out the end of the game. I like this card a ton, and I can see myself playing it at a 2 of if I decided to play it. Whew. So now that we've talked about the cards, let's talk about the characters that go in. So we've seen every air card that the set has to offer. So let's now, with the context of cards, let's talk about the characters. Bridget is a hunter, 7 hand size, 21 health character with the air and water symbol. We're talking specifically air here. Enhance, flip a card in your card pool, : This attack gets +2 or -2 speed. We saw Kickstart Your Heart. Kickstart My Heart, be an action that gives Echo that stays and exists in the card pool to then be flipped over with Bridget. So I will play an attack, I will play Kickstart My Heart, I then have an action in my card pool to then flip with Bridget and get us moving. And then from here, response twice per turn, : After your attack deals damage, add 1 face down card from your card pool to your momentum. Wowzers. After I hit you, I take the card that I have flipped and I add it into my momentum. We talked about the fact that Kickstart My Heart is very momentum hungry, and the fact that these Roman cancels are looking to have extra momentum to play the game with. This card, this character, answers its own question. Bridget is incredibly, incredibly strong outside of the fact that there is currently a wombo combo that just accidentally mills out your rival. Just looking at the core power of this card, +2 or -2 speed by flipping cards in your card pool, cards that you've already used, is inherently incredibly strong. And then clearing my progressive twice to then grab my momentum is very, very strong. Generate 2 momentum and -2 progressive. In my 7 hand size character, this character is going to be an absolute monster no matter the deck that you play it in. Bridget is a top tier character. You absolutely need to be respecting this character. And then on the other side, we've got Kaiski. Is a 6 hand size, 30 health character, air and order. Has the champion keyword, enhance. This attack gets +1 or -1 speed. If your rival has 6 or more committed foundations, it gets +3 or -3 speed instead. A lot of the kick you while you down energy here. Of if you overcommit to me, I'm going to block out your things really, really well. Or if you overcommit to me by blocking my thing, I'm going to make sure that all of my moves hit you. It's very, very solid. And then response after your charge or range attack deals damage, selectively commit or freeze 1 rival foundation, period. This character is very, very solid, but is gated behind some keywords. So if the charges and ranges that you have are not quite good enough, then this card is not quite good enough. But I think that the conjunction of the top enhance and the response is very, very solid. In Kai, it forces you to answer every attack that they play. Because if you are blocking, you are committing more things, which makes it harder to block. If you are not blocking, then I am selectively committing or freezing your foundations. And so he really is a character that is in complete control of the stage at all times. At all times. He knows exactly the correct outcome, and does not necessarily care. A damned if you do, damned if you don't idea. From here, we're going to move on to the all symbol. Hey, look at this. It's the all symbol. We have At the Ready. This is a 3 difficulty, 3 check, 5 mid for 2 Tension has ranged weapon. Very, very low stats for a card. Very, very low stats. 2 damage is nothing. But 5 speed is a lot, especially on a 3 diff. A couple of notes that really matter here is this card does not have a block. Does not have a block at all. You cannot even attempt to block with this card. And it does not have an ability outside of tension. This card is a 5 mid that gets you momentum. And the big thing here is this card does not want to be interacted with because it's only 2 damage. And so it's a really, really good poke to then just generate you a second momentum so that on defense, you can use Roman Cancel Yellow. This being a 3 diff, as Wub has said in chat, I think it can be very scary as 3 diffs. If there are too many 3 diffs in the game, it can be a problem. It just can be. And so the question you have to ask yourself is, at the ready, is are you down to play a 3 difficulty action because 2 damage is nothing? It's nothing. Are you down to play this 3 difficulty action that essentially gets you 2 momentum? If your deck cares about it, yeah, totally. I think it is super worth it. Up next, we've got Sickle Flash. Another 3 difficulty. It's a 3/3, 3 mid for 3 with a 1 low block. It says tension ranged weapon. It says blitz, add the top card, add 1 card from your momentum to the top of your deck. So this is really interesting because it is saying that we are wanting to, have some sort of 5 check in our momentum. Somehow we get a random momentum to put a 5 on top of our deck to confirm our check. Or it is blitz, add a card from my momentum to the top of my deck. It's an attack, first enhance, play some ability, draw 1 card, which feels very good. Or using the Roman Cancel, I play my Sickle Flash. I take a momentum, I put it on top. If they block the Sickle Flash, I will purple response, clear this, and then draw the card that I stacked. Some cool use. My only issue here with it being a 3 difficulty and using the purple Roman Cancel is the fact that it's just not very threatening. You got to make it threatening so that we can make it really, really tough. The cool thing here is, again, it just like with the previous card at the ready. This card is a 3 difficulty, generator momentum, probably generate a second one that is very good. I think that is a very good spot for a card like this to be in. Again, if this is what you're trying to use it for. Thank you, Schwab, for the 10 gifted. This is so kind. That's so incredibly kind. Thank you so much, man. Fuko is a 2/5, 2 high block, all symbol. Enhance your turn, flip, add 1 blood counter to your character, period. Your attack gets 1 speed for each counter on your character, maximum 3. If you played a Roman Cancel ability this turn, this ability has Tenacious. So, flip, add a Fukio? Fukio. Sure. Perfect. Thank you, Kobuddy. This card is very good, specifically in the character that is on the card. We will get to them in a little bit. But extra speed is very good. Having this playable while committed is very good. I am nervous about adding the blood counter to my character because of the detriment that he takes when you get enough blood counters. It can be very scary to flip, burn yourself for 10 for plus 3 speed, but it is pretty decent if you are actively trying to kill them. Maybe that plus 3 speed is what matters to you. And so we'll just have to see how it all turns out. From here, we've got Blood-Sucking Universe. Speaking of Nagi's kit, we have a 5/3, 3 high for 5, a 2 mid block, has the all in order symbols, just like Nagi. Says tension and throw is the keywords. Response after this deck deals damage, gain 2 health, period. If you have 2 or more counters on your character, gain 4 health instead. And so we have a way to hurt and burn ourselves down with our character, and now we have a way to gain our health right back. The fact that we had this is a throw attack that also is tension does the job that we were talking about of these 3 diffs earlier. Bloodsucking Universe is a very, very rock solid card as long as you can put some amount of stats on it, which Nagi can. And the fact that it lets you play with your life total up and down is very, very cool. I think this card is super dope. And if you don't need it, right, you Bloodsucking Universe, you grab your attention, you have an extra momentum because you played another throw or something along those lines. This attack will deal hold on. After block attack resolves. Yeah. So they'll block the move. You'll deal your 3 damage. After it deals damage, I'll gain my health and then respond with purple, clear it, and then redraw a card and not feel bad about it at all. I think this card is super, super dope. It is great, and I love the blood splatter being in front of him. It's very neat. From here, we've got Deus Ex Machina, our first secret rare of the set. It is a 2/5, 4 mid for 5 with a 1 high block, has the all and chaos symbols. EX3, which is a big, huge deal with all this momentum that we're gaining, ranged and weapon. It says Blitz, so after I play it, discard X card, draw X cards, add X bullet counters to your character. X cannot be greater than the number of cards in your hands. As we look at this card, we're going to look at Happy Chaos, which plays off of bullet counters, stacking your deck and getting a couple extra free stats. This character is interesting and needs the bullet counters. You have to have Deus Ex Machina in order to play this. But having a free mulligan of discard X cards, redraw X cards could be enough to win the game, as long as you are brave enough to venture past and look past this 2-check that exists. 4 mid for 5 with EX3 is pretty good. Retry on my hand is also pretty good. And so there are certainly going to be some plays that Deus Ex Machina gets to do, but that 2-check can be very, very scary. Can be very, very scary. Up next, we've got Stand and Kick. It's a 5/3, 5 mid for 4. It says tension and kick. Blitz. Each player draws 1 card, period. Got a good 1 mid block. It's got all in order. The fact that it gets me a momentum, the fact that it gets me a card feels very, very solid. And giving my rival cards on their turn, on my turn, is a very bad feeling because they were going to be drawing the cards anyways. But if you're just killing them because of how fast your moves are, I mean, this is a base 5 mid for 4. We're stacking on extra stats with Nagi. There's this being a 5 mid for 8 in that character is very, very solid. And so I think that this card is good as an opener. I think this is a 5 mid for 4, 5 mid for 8 in him. That says we each draw a card is decent. It's got a good mid block. The question is can I use the kick keyword? Will that matter? I know that there are some all order kicks that exist in Girl Power that matter. And so there is some potential play here. The question is are you down to give my rival a card? If you're down to give them a card, then absolutely it's good. Up next, I've got Steady Aim. It is a 5/3, 4 mid for 6. Again, no block zone on this Happy Chaos card. Has the all and chaos symbol. Tension ranged weapon. Response: remove 1 counter from your card. After this attack is completely blocked, it deals 3 damage during the damage step. This card is an interesting way for Happy to utilize their bullet counters. It's interesting. After it is completely blocked, it's a throw. It doesn't get to go to my momentum afterwards. It has its own tension. But as a 5 difficulty, 4 mid for 6, I think this card could see some real play. I like the fact that we took away the block mod to make this a more impactful attacking card. And as chat said, I love this card in Nago. Nago says that I'm actively adding cards and stacking up, and once I get to a threshold, I explode and I take my 10 damage. If you block my 4 mid for 10, I'm going to burn you for 3 and take a counter away. That's fine. I got my 3 damage, but I also saved myself a little bit of life because I've lowered that threshold a little bit further. I think this card is super, super good. Super, super good. Wouldn't it still be playable as a block against another range? Scavin, no. That is a super old rule that is no longer useful. That is not what the ranged keyword does anymore. The ranged keyword is just a keyword trait. It does not have any sort of ability attached to it. But yeah, I think this card is neat. Definitely going to have to be in decks that are actively putting counters on the character. From here, we've got a Promised Toast, 1/5/3 high block. Enhanced Commit. This deck gets +2 speed. You may discard a card. If you do, it gets +4 instead. This card's very, very solid if you're looking for that +4 speed. Normally, a 1/5/2 mid block or 1/5 commit for +2 speed is not very good, but discarding the card for the extra speed when you want to use it is a way to kill them. When we look at this in reference to it being the all symbol and not the air symbol, we have a character that we have been talking about that gives +4 damage on extra moves. The fact that this is commit, discard a card for +4 speed, and the all symbol tends to want to draw bonus cards, we're going to be able to fuel this ability over and over and over again. I'm really, really excited about a Promised Toast existing on the all symbol. From here, I've got Drift. It's a 1/5/4 mid block. It's got the all in earth symbol. It says when you try to block an attack with this card, return that attack to its printed speed. So the block zone is bad here, but it says that any time that they put +30 speed on a move, no, they didn't. They put +0 as I drift and I block. This is a great card, a useful card. We absolutely need this card to exist in our game because sometimes we get to sometimes we get a little crazy with our stats. And so having cards like this that are these get out of jail free kind of canary cards are important. The more drifts that you see in the game, the more the speed more speed has gotten out of control. From here, we've got Elegant Grim Reaper. It is a 2/5/3 mid block with the all and void symbol. It says enhance sacrifice : draw 2 cards, period. Your rival may discard a card to cancel this ability. So this card is really, really neat. This card's really, really neat because of the fact of the mind games we get to play with Elegant Grim Reaper. I've played out a couple moves. I have 2 cards left in hand. You don't know what they are, but you have 1 card left in hand. I'm playing an attack card. I use Elegant Grim Reaper and I say, I'm going to draw 2 cards, or you can lose your last defensive piece to cancel this. Do the cards that I have in my hand and in my card pool, are they enough to get the job done? If you don't think so, then cancel it. If you do need that card to block with, I'm just going to draw 2 and feel great. This card's still so cool. So cool. I think this card is so neat of a I want to actively draw a bunch of cards. Combine this with, as Satona says, any extra discard fodder that you have, right? Any extra discard fodder. When I take and force you to, if that's the theme of my deck, you discard. Are you down to discard this card so that I get to redraw? Or so that I don't get the draw. If I'm constantly pressuring your hand in this way, there's a potential that we could see Elegant Grim Reaper actually being played just because of the way that it interacts with what my rival is doing mentally. It's cool. Let's Rock. 2/5/3 mid block. It is a all in chaos card. Response: remove : after this card is discarded during the combat phase, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Only 1 copy of this ability can be played this turn. This is a very, very good card. After I discard it from my hand, I will grab a momentum for free. Very strong under these symbols. We even had an ability here today that we saw earlier that was discard for +4 speed instead of the +2. Imagine that is discard for +4 speed as well as regrab, snag an extra momentum. It's very, very good. It's very, very good. I'm a massive fan of Let's Rock. A little tough to just slam 4 of these in our deck, though, even if we have a ton of discard outlets, because of that only 1 copy of this ability can be played this turn. I believe that is the entire form of it. It means like any Let's Rock. It's very, very solid. Godzilla form, get a momentum. Yay, so happy. That's very good too. That's pretty solid. Although that's a chaos idea, not an all idea. You're in the wrong video, dude. But no, I think that this card is rock solid, pun intended. I think this card is very good as long as your deck can do something with it. But I will say, outside of just getting this ability, outside of using this response, it being a 2/5/3 mid block blank on stage, this card is very blank. It kind of does nothing if it does not pair up well with finding some sort of discard outlet. Up next, we've got Queen of Compassion. Very piercing red eyes here. It is a 1/5/3 mid block, all water symbol. Enhance, commit. This deck gets -2 speed. You may discard a card. If you do, this deck gets a -4 speed instead. This is a little bit harder of a sell for me, because if I am giving something -speed, I actively am trying to defend myself. And so maybe if my hand is so clogged with cards that I need to get cards away from them, being able to discard extras to then grab more is pretty cool. Is pretty cool. But this is a really easy way for you to accidentally get killed, whereas the other card, owe you a drink. Is that the name of that one? Let me double check. A Promised Toast. Very similar. A Promised Toast does something very cool, which is I kill you, which ends the game, which means I no longer have to hold cards to defend myself with. So Queen of Compassion says that if I have the extra resources, -4 speed on a commit cost is very solid, but it is a little difficult to play this safely. You got to really be prepared for what is discarding that card going to do for me. Up next, I've got Tricky Spinner. It's a 3/5 2 low block with the air and all symbol. It says enhance, sacrifice, choose a card. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both instead. Add a face-up card from your hand to your card pool face up. Add a card from your card pool to your hand, or draw 1 card, period. Add a card from your hand to the top of your deck. So in the context of the all symbol here, we have this card saying that with the amount of card draw that I'm supposed to generate, and I have the pick of the litter when it comes to cards going in my card pool, coming back up, or being re-added. So draw a card, take any card I want from the top, from my hand, put it on the top of my deck. Feels very good. We had a card, I believe it is, if we look back at Sickle Flash. Blitz, add a card from momentum to the top of your deck. This is a good way to utilize Sickle Flash's ability of I play Sickle Flash, I blitz, I draw a card, put it back on top, and then Tricky Spinner, draw that momentum that I have, take my 5 check, and then put it on top. It's very solid. I think this card is very cool in relation to what the all symbol is looking for it to do. I don't know how much they care about the card in the card pool being picked up outside of it's an extra attack to play. But at the same time, I don't know how much the air symbol cares about that either. From here, we have What Do You Fight For? 2/5, 2 low block. It hits flip, draw 1 card, period. Great card. It's very solid. Has the all in order symbols. E flip, draw a card is just good. It's just good. I think that this is a rock star when it comes to draw power. It having a solid low block. The difference between this card having a 2 low and a 3 low is so massive in terms of like the playability of a card like this, and even just drawing 1 card is worth it. It is worth the space in a deck. And the fact that it's an off-zone block, I think this card is going to see a ton of play, maybe even at a 4 of, truthfully. Drawing cards is very good in our game, because when I draw cards on my turn, it is more gas that I get to play with. And then lastly, I believe it is Wolf's Ferocity. It is a 1/5, again, another 2 low block, has the all and fire symbol. It says response : after this card enters your discard pile from your hand or deck during the enhanced step, this deck gains +1 speed and +1 damage, period. This card is very good. There are plenty of decks in the game right now that are constantly milling themselves over and over and again, taking as many cards from their deck and putting them in the discard pile as fast as possible. And so the fact that this card, and normally when we have cards of this caliber, of when entered, we have a, they are 4 checks or something along the sort. So the fact that they are getting +1/+1 on a 5 check, on a 1 block, on a 2 low block, feels very good. It feels very, very good. And so milling myself nice and fast, churning through my deck is solid. I will say that it does have this downside of, if it's on the board, it's blank. There are a lot of these other cards that say when they touch the discard pile at all, do some crazy thing. You do the ability that I want to do. So the fact that it is gated away from the destruction abilities and it's only for milling cards and / or discarding cards is very cool. Is very, very cool. I dig it. I dig it. Let's go back to the tier list. Okay. We come here. We come here. And we talk at the ready. Okay, so at the ready, our 3 difficulty attack that nets us a bonus momentum need, want, nice, niche. I think that the decks that are going to be playing this, unless it's some crazy wombo combo deck that like is so momentum starved that like you just need to have it over and over again, it's probably just a nice card to have. It's a decent opener. It's a safe poke to play on your turn 2 of a 5 mid for 2. Gets you the Roman cancel. It's probably going to net you an additional resource. But at the same time, on turn 2 is when you are going to have the least to follow it up with. And so maybe they take and they block this move fully, even though it is a 5 mid, because you don't have much to come in afterwards. And so there certainly is a lot of push and pull here. But with how low of a damage stat this card is, I can't imagine wanting or needing this card. I think it being in the nice category is probably exactly where it should be. From here, we've got Sickle Flash. It is a 3 mid for 3. This card taking and stacking a 1 of our momentum on top of our deck is decent. The question is does a 3 difficulty 3 mid for 3 okay? The all symbol does have a ton of draw power, specifically at enhance and form speed, and so like stacking this at blitz speed is fine. I think that this is an okay move, but I think that again, it generating the momentum is good, but not being able to stack the Roman cancel, like it doesn't have a control cost and only be able to re-grab attacks. I think there are just foundations that can do this better, but maybe they just don't exist under the all symbol. And there's my hang up. It's kind of a chaos idea to like be interacting with momentum this much. And so maybe because like it exists on the all symbol and not the chaos symbol, I might put it into nice. Again, if you're trying to do this thing, I can't imagine needing 3 or 4 of this card inside of your deck. And so for that reason, we're going to leave it there. Fukio, 2/5, 2 high block, come and add a blood counter, and then get a speed for each counter. If you're not using blood counters on your character, then this is kind of a useless card. Like flip for +1 speed sucks. But if you are using blood counters on your character, then this card probably sees some amount of play. Flip without a commit cost for +3 speed, +2 or +3 speed is worth it. And the fact that it's playable while committed is decent as long as you've used a Roman cancel this turn. But at the same time, it says max 3, which is kind of tough. For that reason, I think I'm going to go for niche, because I think there's just better ideas that you could be doing than what Fukio has got going on, truthfully. I think this is just a better thing that you could do in this slot than give the extra blood counters, unless of course your deck wants the blood counters, right? Watching Nago take and play the move, uses character's ability, use this for +3 speed and commit a card that in their stage might be good enough to run, right? Like speeding that up by one enhanced step or one attack might be good enough. But I think in that case, I still think it's going to be a niche idea to want to run this one. Run something a little more consistent. The other card that we have, though, the other Nago card is a Bloodsucking Universe. I think this card is sick. As a 3 high for 5 throw that gets you a momentum and heals you is a very good card. The fact that it gets you the Roman cancel to then potentially clear using purple is also very good. This card's great. Again, stack any amount of damage on this thing, even as the opener, as the finisher, as whatever. This one is very, very good. And man, it just gives you momentum. This card just gives you momentum. It's really, really solid. It's really, really solid. Deus Ex Machina. From here, Deus Ex Machina inside of my Happy Chaos deck is probably a need. It's probably a need. Everywhere else, it's nice. It's a nice card to have, but I'm not positive that I'm not positive that I'm a Deus Ex Machina believer, because I think that I'm not a Happy Chaos believer. I think that's the biggest hang up that I have with this card, is this card is almost exclusively for them. Is I just refuel my cards. So I think for my Happy Chaos gamers, to make you happy, I'm going to leave this in the need category, because I don't know when you would play this 4 mid for 5 EX3 card if you're not playing Happy Chaos, unless discard X draw X really is that impactful in your game plan. And if it is that impactful, you're probably also still playing it at a 4 of. Move on to Standing Kick. Standing Kick, 4 mid or 5 mid for 4. As your opener, says we both draw a card. I think this card is probably in the want category. 1 mid block. It's very fast as your opener. It says we both draw a card. Like symmetrical draw is good, especially because like I get to push and do more things. Especially with how fast this move is. Giving them a card does not necessarily matter if they can't use that card effectively on my turn. And 5 speed is fast enough for it not to be very effective. So I think this card is very, very solid. If I can give it any extra speed, any extra damage, I'm just kind of off to the races when it comes to what Steady Kick has got going on. Steady Aim. Steady Aim, 5/3, 4 mid for 9. No block mod. Says snag that momentum, just like pretty much every other card in the set says. But it also says remove a counter from your character after attack is completely blocked. Deals damage. It deals 3 damage during the damage step. It deals 3 damage during the damage step, turns it into a throw. Whoa. Because it doesn't say my rival loses 3 health. It says it deals damage. So this forces the on hit to make the stats work. This card's really good. I'm probably in a want for this card as long as there is, I think, you ready? In non-Happy Chaos decks, I think I'm in the want for this. In Happy Chaos decks, I actually think that it's probably niche. In Happy Chaos, it's probably not very good. But in decks that are actively trying to remove counters from their character, this is very good. But I'm gonna leave it down here because it is a Happy Chaos card. I think it's one of these 2 spots, and so we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah. A Promised Toast. So this is my first repeat that we have here. And this card is fine. This card's fine. Sorry. It's my first repeat. This card's great. This card's very, very good. I like this card a ton. I went ahead and put it up in the Promised Toast into the want category when it came to the air symbol, and so the all symbol is just no different. I would put it right up here. My big reasoning is the fact that committing discard 1 for +4 is a really easy way to clean up games that you need. Commit for +2, not very good. Commit for +4, incredible. It's very, very solid, especially with the amount of card draw that the all symbol has available to it. But there's our first repeat. From here, we've got Drift. I think that this card in our current format is in the want category. I think there are a ton of decks that are actually, it's probably in the nice category. There are a ton of decks that are slamming just a bunch of speed. When I look at things like Rodan, when I look at things like Midoriya, just giving just a ton of speed. But if the format changes and is more about playing a bunch of base speed moves rather than, 2 or 3 really high velocity moves, then I think that this could easily drop down to niche. Put one in your sideboard. If you see it, you see it. But at the moment, it's definitely, I could see myself main boarding Drift and not feeling bad at all. I can main board 2 copies. I can main board 2 and then side a third, and I really want to see this card. This card is absolutely a canary card. It fully depends on in the meta where is it relevant. Up next, I've got Elegant Grim Reaper. This card is the definition of niche. I think that the decks that are going to make this card work probably don't need the extra draw power, but I really like the mental game of you being in control, especially under the void symbol, of how much discard hate can I present to my opponent to just let me draw my 2 cards for free. Just let me draw my 2 cards. It's so cool to watch the pressure and be like, do they have it? Do they not have it? I think it's really, really neat. I will say that this card on defense is probably pretty bad unless your rival is afraid of it or they don't have it. Like there's a lot of the timing on this card has got to be really specific. Drawing 2 cards is a very powerful, very strong, very wanted ability, but timing this card correctly to make it worthwhile is certainly going to be the challenge. Up next, I've got Let's Rock. A very potent card. If this card's discarded, snag yourself a momentum, but the fact that it is limited to once per turn means that I am going to put it in the nice category. I am not going to put it in the want category. It's nice to have, but I feel like having 2 of these in your hand, which when you play 3 or more copies as the want and the need suggests, it can clump pretty significantly. And I think that if you find it, it feels pretty good. If you find 2 of them at the same time, it's not that great. It's either going to be here or your deck is so reliant on this momentum that you're generating that you're going to put it up in the need category. I gotta see this card every single turn. I want to play it over and over and over again. But the fact that it's not very good at building, it's not very good at blocking, it's a fine check, right? Like it's fine. It's only relevant in my hand. It's an action that can bail myself out on turn 1 for a build. And so for that reason, I'm gonna drop it in nice. Up next, I've got Queen of Compassion, 1/5, 3 mid block, E, Committed Foundation, -2 speed. If you discard a card, it gets -4 speed instead. I think this card is in that same vein of it's nice to have. I can see myself in a beautiful 2 of Queen of Compassion. If I have a ton of cards in my hand, if I'm overloaded in cards, if I'm abundant with cards on defense, using Queen of Compassion to guarantee pass my checks for my blocks feels very good. But defense is when you're the most fragile, is when you should be the most scared. It's when your cards have to count and matter the absolute most. And so 2 for 1ing my rival's attacks with Queen of Compassion, if it's necessary, it's necessary. But playing this all willy-nilly over and over again, just a 1/5 3 mid block, commit for -2, commit for -4 when it matters. It's good. It might even, for that reason, might just pop up to the want category, because when it matters, it's going to matter. Kind of the same thing with A Promised Toast. When it matters, it's going to matter. Because otherwise, it's a 1/5 that commits for -2. It's probably decent enough to be put in the want category. I'm actually down for it. I'm down. I'm here for it. Up next, I've got Tricky Spinner. Another repeat here, just like a promised toast. In the context of the all symbol, Tricky Spinner is a card that is... It's tough to decide if this card is good enough or not. Because the top mode of it that says add a card to your hand and then replace with a card from your hand out of the card pool is just sacrifice, grab an extra version of this, of tutor a card out of your discard pile. All right, it doesn't increase your difficulty or whatever. It's just like double up on a move. But the draw card, stack the top card of your deck can be really relevant. And the being able to choose both modes is really, really solid. So previously, I had put it in the nice category, mainly because I don't think that you're going to want to build more than 2 of this card or play more than 2 of this card. Because I think on the turns that you decide to use Tricky Spinner, I think it's going to be really high impact. But I don't know if like destroying 3 of them or 4 of them is going to be very relevant when it comes to playing the game. Destroying my board in order to try and play out these bigger, longer strings, even with the check confirm, is probably not necessarily worth it. And so for that reason, I'm going to leave it in nice. What do you fight for? It is a 2/5, 2 low block, says flip draw a card. This card is good. This card's really, really good. It's cards that probably, if I'm looking for draw power, it's easily in the want or need section, specifically because it's just a 2 low block. It is a 2 low block that I feel great. It's probably going to start in every one of my builds under the all and order symbols as a 4 of, and probably drop down to a 3 of just when I'm cutting. And I don't think that I'm going to be cutting it down lower than a 2 of. Being able to stack cards or know what the top card of my deck is and then flip redraw a card is very, very solid. Like tactically using this with cards like Scumbug under the all symbol feels really good. Being able to take and just look at the top card of my deck whenever I want and then flip draw the card precisely when I need to. Great use of a 2/5, 2 low block. And then lastly, we've got Wolf's Ferocity. 1/5, 2 low block. Ever enters a discard pile for my hand or deck during the hand step. Stack gets 1/1. I think this card is niche in the decks that it is actively wanting to be played in, but probably needed in the decks that are going to be playing it. If you are actively trying to discard or mill cards off the top of your deck, you're going to want to hit this card over and over again, because hitting 2 or 3 of these on your aggressive turns feels really, really solid. Feels really, really good. I will say, though, it is only during the enhanced step. So if you have any sort of blitz mills or blitz discard a card or whatever's, it is blitz is during the enhanced step. So that's a-okay. But being at response speed doing this is not that great. But I think Wolf's Ferocity in the decks that are wanting to play it, you want to play 4 of it. Because again, 1/5, 2 low block is great. The only downside on this card, it is not very good while it's on the stage. But everywhere else, it feels very, very good. Whew. It's been 2 hours and we've gone through 2 of them. We've got 8 to go. It's gonna be a long night. All right, so now that we're done talking about the cards themselves, let's talk about the characters. You got Happy Chaos. It's a 633. That's a ton of health for a 6-hander. Got the All the Chaos symbol. Statically says at the start of the game, add 6 bullet counters to this card. Enhance, remove 1 bullet counter, your ranged attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage, period. If it deals damage, look at the top card of your deck, period. You may add that card to your hand or your momentum. Let's break it down. So I have 6 instances of 1/1. And then if I connect with it, which I need to be very careful about when I press this button, because I only got 6 for the whole game. When I press this button, I get a ton of abilities. Look at the top card. If it's a good check, I can leave it on top. If it's a card that I want in my hand, I can draw it. If I need momentum for my next attack or whatever, I can put out my momentum. So the world is my oyster. But I have to land that move first. I gotta land the move. So, there's a lot of skill expression when it comes to what Happy Chaos is doing. I think this guy's neat, but in relation to what this symbol is doing, we've seen some cool ideas with, him also being range gated, I think is really tough. Like, just the ranged keyword. Like, not even, like, ranged weapon or ranged tech, because he's shooting a gun at you. Just ranged, I think, is really tough here. I think is really, really tough. There are a lot of really great ranged cards, specifically under the chaos keyword, or chaos symbol. But as looking at him under the all symbol, probably not where I'm going to focus on. Again, we talked about Deus Ex Machina. Feels like Deus Ex Machina or bust. And then on the other side, we've got Naguraruki, 632. It's got the all and order symbol. You got the samurai and vampire keywords. When an ability that adds 1 or more blood counters to this card resolves, if there are 4 or more blood counters on it, commit 1 rival card, lose 10 health, and remove all blood counters from this card. This effect cannot kill you. Once per turn, add a blood counter to this card. Your attack gets +4 damage, period. So, selectively committing a rival card in their stage is very good. This is allowed to target and commit characters. It is allowed to commit characters, which is incredible. If my rival has a defensive character or something that matters, I will stuff them and turn them off. That's very, very solid. And then enhance your turn, add a blood counter to your card, your move gets +4 damage. Just stacking +4 damage on every single move, if my rival cannot block or interact with, it's very, very, it's good. It's very solid, especially if I am constantly committing the best piece on their board. Like, great play pattern is turn 1, build, turn 2, attack, 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 putting +12 damage, putting that up to 3 blood counters, build, pass. On my next turn, I play an attack, put my 4th blood counter on it, reduce them all, lose my 10 health, commit the best piece, and then string out another 4, commit another piece as I go to kill you. And so the lines for this guy are very, very aggressive. I'm trying to actively kill you. And so the fact that the all symbol has ways to draw and grab more cards off the top of their deck, to then play out more strings, to put more damage on, to commit more resources, feels very, very good. It feels very good. And he's just like a decent 6 hand size 32 health character. I think the big thing about this character is you're going to want to make sure that you are timing when you are having that 4th blood counter hit your character card and then refresh back up. Because an ill-timed blood counter refresh could accidentally lose you the game because that lose 10 health, right? We're only at 32. My rival could just sit there and play good defense, let you play 12 attacks, and then hit you for 2 and kill you. It's game over, right? And so it's certainly going to be a thing of, when do I press the button? When do I not press the button? How difficult will it be to push through my rival's defenses? And hopefully that commit a rival card is enough to make it happen. So from here, we got the chaos symbol. we get to look at some of these cards again. All right, our first card is Gun Flame Feint. 4/3, 3 low for 4 with a 2 high block. Says tension range spell, so tension. Grab myself a Roman cancel. Has the chaos attune. Response: after this card is not blocked, your next check to play a card gets +1. So if you don't interact with my low attack, my 3 low for 4, my next move is a little easier to play. It's a little easier to pass. I like this card a lot, and not for the reason that you think. Having this as the second attack that you play a 5 difficulty opener, play gun flame feint. If it's not interacted with, not only that I grab my tension from my first one, my tension from my second one, but also it says that my third move is that much easier to play. So it's like it's on a 5 on a 5 on a 5. If you want to do some backwards math, right? My check gets better, not my difficulty gets lower. And so this card, as the second move, really gets to expand what my next attack does very safely. which I like a lot. I think that's a neat space for a card like this to exist in, as a 3 low for 4, off zone, decent enough damage, snag myself a momentum. Please interact with my move. I like this card a lot. I think it's neat, and it's got the spell keyword. What could this be? Question mark. It's a 4/3 2 mid for 4 with a 1 high block. Has tension ranged. It says Blitz. Use the effect below that matches the card type checked to play this card. If you checked an attack, this deck is +2 speed, so it's now a 4 mid for 4. If you checked a foundation, this deck is +2 damage, so it is now a 2 mid for 6. If you checked any other card type, character, asset, backup, action, you draw 1 card. This card is so neat. What a neat chaos card. I love it so much because there is a way for you to interact and put the thing on top of your deck that you want, but that is a puzzle for you to solve. Otherwise, you could just let it rip, and roughly 66% of the time, you're going to be checking checking a foundation to give it +2 damage. 33% of the time, you're going to be checking an attack to give it +2 speed, and then a small percentage, 5 or whatever, you're going to be checking some other card type, an action, an asset, or whatever. I think this is a neat card. I think this is so cool. What could this be? What could I possibly be checking on this move? Not to mention, if I'm playing this card, it's probably for the tension to grab myself my Roman Cancel, and so everything else is probably icing on the cake for a 2 diff, 2 mid for, 4 mid for 4, 2 mid for 6, or 2 mid for 4 that draws you a card. All in all, with a 1 high block. All in all, this is a great card. This is very, very good. Up next, I've got Gunslinger's Focus. It is a 3/5 with a 2 low block. It's got the cancel tune. This card gets -2 difficulty if you've played a Roman Cancel ability this turn. It's pretty good. Enhance commit, spend 1 momentum : during this attack, you may try to block with a card from your hand, as if it has a 2 mid block modifier. So as we are going to see, there are some Happy Chaos cards that actively don't have block modifiers. Gunslinger's Focus is the way for us to make up for that. Even as having a singular Gunslinger's Focus says that whatever card that I want, I can take and block with it as if it had a 2 mid block modifier. It's neat. I think it's really cool. I think it's a fun way to kind of option select and fix your block zones. Hey, my deck has 3 low blocks in it. Well, every single one of those low blocks can now be turned into a mid block. Or even worse, my deck has 3 mid blocks in it. I can focus really on my highs and my lows. As long as I can spend the momentum, I can take and I can block with this 2 mid block. I dig it. I think it's a really neat space. Especially if your block zones are a little wonky and uneven. From here, I've got Deus Ex Machina. It's 2/5, 4 mid for 3 with EX3. That's really huge in a set that gains so much momentum off of Roman Cancels with a 1 high block. It's got the all and chaos symbols. Blitz : discard X cards, draw X cards, add X bullet counters from your to your character. X can't be greater than the number of cards in your hand. So essentially, get a free mulligan. I will discard and then redraw and then grab a bunch of bullet counters. I think this card is very neat. It is a 2-check, which is very dangerous. But in the context of the chaos symbol, I think that EX3 is a big deal. Chaos really focuses on snagging a bunch of momentum and utilizing it in a really important way. So the fact that this can be a whatever speed I want it to be for 5, and then restart my turn of I drew Deus Ex Machina and 5 foundations, I will discard my hand and then redraw, is good. It's very, very good, especially if there's any way for me to interact with the top card of my deck to guarantee what I'm drawing. I guess it's at blitz speed, so that's really difficult to do. It'd have to be at response speed after I play it. Anyways, probably this is, as a secret rare, probably could have been enhanced and been great, been fun. But when it comes to Deus Ex Machina, I think that there is some sort of play to be had here, but it being only for 5 damage on the 2-check, yes, EX3 is great, but unless you absolutely need to wombo combo with this blitz, or your name is Happy Chaos, I'm not sure you're going to be seeing very much of this guy. Next, we've got Steady Aim. It is a 5/3, 4 mid for 6 without a block. Not a big deal as long as we have Gunslinger's Focus. It's got Tension, Ranged, and Weapon. Has the All and Chaos symbol. It says response. Remove 1 counter from your character. After this attack is completely blocked, it deals 3 damage during the damage step period. Very cool to use to guarantee we make our hit happen. But as we know with Happy Chaos, he only has 6 bullets on his character card, and so it is a little difficult for us to use one of 6 bullets to use Steady Aim appropriately, unless we found a Deus Ex beforehand, in which case I can put an extra 5 bullets on my card and then use Steady Aim well. But 5 diff into 5 diff, there's certainly a lot to be said here. I think my favorite part about this card is the fact that it is a 5 diff 4 mid for 6, which is some pretty hefty stats on a tension move. So even that is probably good enough to be running this card. Even if you don't necessarily have the counters, you could justify putting it in your deck just because it's a ranged weapon that hits really hard, gives me a Roman cancel. So there is that idea. From here, we've got Tyrant Rave. 7/3. It's a 5 mid for 5 with a 1 low block, has the chaos and fire symbols, has the punch keyword. It says response. After you check an attack to play this card, add the checked attack to your momentum, period. So, pass, fail, whatever. If I checked an attack on Tyrant Rave, I'll snag a free momentum off of it. And this card says, Blitz, : this attack gets 1 speed and 1 damage for each other attack you have played this turn, period. So, if you can figure out how to cheat this 7 difficulty card down by either decreasing the difficulty or playing it for free or increasing your check somehow, giving your 5 mid for 5 an extra 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 8, 8 is a really easy way to end the game on the spot of just a slam and kill you. It's very, very solid. I think Tyrant Rave is a really, really cool kill condition that exists under these 2 symbols. The question that you have to answer is, it's a 7 difficulty. How do I play this damn thing? If you can figure that out, this card absolutely is going to be good enough to kill people. Great kill condition. I love it. On Cast Firemans, I wish we had a character that could do that. True. Alone Infection. What a crazy art. I have no idea what's happening in this art. This guy, Bagface, is bursting out of Bagface. All right. 2/5. 3 low block, says response flip after your Chaos and Earth. Response flip after your attack deals 5 or more damage, draw a card, or add the top card of your deck to your momentum, period. No need for insurance is a great quote. This card is very solid. Its block zone's a little rough, but the fact that it's got this duality of draw a card or add the top card of my deck to momentum is very solid for a flow game plan. You get to figure out what you need based on the time. Do I need more cards? Do I need more attacks to draw? I will draw the card. Do my attacks utilize my momentum very well? I'll grab the momentum. So the fact that you get to pick, and it's not enhance to preemptively go, hey, if this misses, I've lost my ability. It is a response after the attack deals damage. Is such value. It's such value that this card is very, very solid for a common foundation. It's very, very good. It's got 2 quality symbols that utilize this momentum very well. I'm happy. I'm happy with this card. It's very, very good. Calling from the Shadow. It is a 1/5, 2 high block response flip after your rival plays a non-character ability that adds any number of cards to the momentum. Cancel it, period. This card says response flip, cancel a... Hold on, let me double check tension real fast. It says add 1 Roman cancel token to your momentum. They add any number of cards to the momentum, cancel it. Calling from the Shadows cancels a Roman cancel. That's cancels tension. That's really, really good. In a world where we could potentially see every attack in the game slamming momentum over and over and over again, calling from the shadows, saying no, you don't, I think is a big deal. It's a big deal that these symbols get to play. Find your one way. It is a 2/5, 2 high block, Chaos and Fire. E sacrifice. Your next check to play a card gets +1 for each card in your momentum. So you can stack up a bunch of momentum, i.e. with Roman cancels and such, and then enhance, find your own way, sacrifice. Let's give me +3, +4, +5 to my next check, and then play some really high difficulty move. What could it possibly be? It essentially says E sacrifice. If I've built up a ton of momentum, I will guarantee you get to play out the biggest, craziest attack I could possibly find. This card is such a neat way to utilize your stage to pay for a big long check later on in the game. It's very cool. From here, I've got Jealous Homunculus, 1/5, 2 mid block. It's got the Chaos and Order symbol. Enhance, flip, colon. Your rival spends 1 momentum, period. Only playable if your rival has more momentum than you. I told you can't have him. Great quote for this card. Again, momentum generation is going to be all over the place. And so the fact that Jealous Homunculus gets to say, hey, you don't get to have this momentum. I want it. It's very good when my rival, if I'm going second, my rival builds going first, I go second, I build a Jealous. They go, they play a tension move, they snap their momentum off of their blitz. My first enhance is Homunculus, get rid of it. You don't get to have it. It's a good way to even up, tie up the momentum count whenever you are a little on the back foot because you were unfortunate enough to go second. From here, we got Let's Rock. It's a 2/5, 3 mid block response remove. After this card is discarded during the combat phase, add the top card of your deck to your momentum, period. Only 1 copy of this ability can be played per turn. It's got the all and chaos symbols. So this card is very, very, very strong. It's really, really potent. So potent that they put that rider on it of only 1 copy of this ability can be played this turn. I don't know how much the chaos symbol wants to discard. It's kind of more of like an all symbol thing to me of I've got all this glutton of cards in my hand. Let me discard cards and make something happen. So I don't know how much the chaos symbol is discarding, but if it has a bunch of discard outlets, then this card is one of the best ones that you can have. Discard grab momentum is very solid. My biggest issue that I have with Let's Rock as a card is that it's a 2 difficulty, 3 mid block that is blank on the board. And so it doesn't really have anything going for it outside of this one really strong, really potent ability. And so if you can find, if everything lines up correctly, where Let's Rock gets to work, it's very strong, but it does not feel very consistent, which I think is a big deal. It's very tough to have Let's Rock be high impact consistently. And this is my issue, and this is probably why it's only 1 ability of it is playable once per turn, because just being able to discard like 2 or 3 of these in one go, i.e. a Deus Ex, is probably a little too good. From here, what dope art. Rivals in Battle. It's a 3/5 with a 2 mid block. It's got the chaos and water symbols. It says response once per turn tenacious, which means playable while it is committed. After you gain 1 or more momentum during the combat phase, ready this foundation. This card is so good inside of these tension decks. I will play out my 3rd or 4th tension attack, committing 1 or 2 rivals in battles, snag my tension momentum, and then ready all of them to then play something way later on down the chain. This card is sick. This card is so sick to play out that 1 extra move, that 1 last move that matters. It's so cool. I think this card is super dope, and I am ecstatic about this card in decks. This is one of the cards that I'm like, oh, the tension keyword is going to be relevant because this card exists. This one's dope. This one's really cool. Up next, I've got Scare Tactics. It's a 1/5, 3 high block. It's got the air and chaos symbol. As enhanced commit, this attack gets +1 speed. If it's not blocked, your next check gets +2, period. So on a 1/5 with a 3 high block, E commit for +1 speed is not very good. It's not very good. But saying that your next check gets +2 is very good until you realize that you committed a foundation to get +2 to your check. it's essentially enhanced commit for +1 speed and +1 to my check, because we're eating up 1 to our check by committing this card. And so making my rival like choose between blocking a barely faster move or getting +1 to my check is not really that much of a choice. I think this card's not very good, especially with the other stats that exist on it. It's fine as a spam, right? 1/5 is fine, but it's not a very good block. There's just better things that a card like this could be doing. Maybe if the check was +3 or the speed was +2, we could come back and reevaluate this card. But +1, next check for +2, I'm not sure it's going to see very much play outside of limited. Up next, we've got Walking Fortress. It's a 3/5 2 mid block. It's got the Chaos and Earth symbol. It says Enhance Sacrifice : choose 1. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both instead. Very cool for all of these tension keyword cards that we have. I will play a card, snap my momentum, play another one, snap my momentum. Walking Fortress is now on live. My next check to play a card gets +3. So I'll sacrifice, next check gets +3, and then build a card from my discard pile face down, period. And so there are some really neat ideas when it comes to playing cool outwit cards that Walking Fortress gets to like replace itself with, or basically you can just rebuild the Walking Fortress itself, right? I will sacrifice +3 to my next check and then rebuild. It's basically, if I've grabbed 2 momentum, +3 to my next check. Destroy for +3, which is not a bad rate. It's a fine rate, especially because of the fact that we have multiple Walking Fortresses. This does not necessarily have to be a 3 of, or a 1 of. It does not have a unique keyword. I can have 4 of it on this on my turn. I snap momentum, and then I go Walking Fortress, build, Walking Fortress, build, Walking Fortress, build, Walking Fortress, build. I got +12 to my next check, and I did not lose any foundations. That is really good for a wombo combo turn. Imagine playing some of these crazy 10 difficulty attacks as my 3rd or 4th move because I set myself up for success off of Walking Fortresses. It's really, really neat as long as you have the play patterns and you set your combo up to make Walking Fortress matter. It's dope. It's really, really cool. And there it is. There's every card. So let's talk about how good they are in a little more detail. We're here. And then I need the Chaos symbol. Search. I'm gonna blow my nose. Hold on, chat. Okay, so the first card that we're talking about is Gunflame Feint. It is a 4/3, 3 low for 4 with a 2 high blocks tension range spell. If it's not blocked, your next check gets +1. Cool card. Really, really neat card. When it comes to need, want, nice, niche, I think this card is one of these want cards, or maybe even one of the need cards. I could see myself playing a lot of this card. Just because of the fact of it is off zone. It's got a decent enough block with a 2 high. It grabs that momentum off of the tension. I'm going to put it in want, I think, because it's not necessarily a build around type of card. I think this card is really cool to be, again, be played as this secondary move. I play an opener. My follow-up is Gunflame, and then I play some big bomb at the end that's a little bit cheaper if my rival doesn't interact with it. Or maybe they don't interact with it, and I just say, hey, my next attack my next check to play card is a little easier. Maybe I play a 2 diff, and it's safe, right? I'm allowed to check a 3, and that 3 becomes a 4. I passed it on my check. So I think the Gunflame Feint is a good card and should be played in plenty of decks. Up next, I've got what could this be? 2 2 mid for 4. It's a 3/4 with a great 1 high block. It's got a tension and a weird ability to either give it +2 speed, +2 damage, or draw a card based on what you check. This card, as much as I love this card, is super niche. Not having the control over what it is that we build or grab, I think is a big deal. And I think the worst mode is the mode that is probably going to happen most often, which is redraw a card. The worst mode that's going to happen most often is going to be +2 damage, because that is the one that says if I check the foundation on it. And so if I check an attack, making it a 4 for 4 is not great, because it is commit a foundation for 4 for 4. Giving it +2 damage, it's the slowest move of all time, right? It's a 2 mid for 6. And so, like, maybe that damage threshold, I'm undervaluing what a 4 difficulty 6 damage move could possibly be that, like, snags me on momentum. But when it comes to just to draw the card, it is, like, that's probably my favorite mode, because obviously I don't want to commit a foundation to give this thing +2 speed. That's very bad. That's very, very bad. Checking a 3 on this absolutely stinks. And so I think this card is probably not going to see very much play. You're going to have to really work hard to make sure that you get the value out of this card that you want, which I think is a big deal. Up next, we got Gunslinger's Focus, 3/5, 2 low block, a little cheaper if you've played a Roman Cancel, and it says that you can commit this and spend a momentum, which we generate very quickly in this set, to turn any card in your hand into a 2 mid block. Zone fixing on defense is a big deal. How many times have you died because you accidentally held all highs and your rival played a low? You held all lows and your rival played a high. You need to full block this, and it's a mid. You've only got highs and lows. It happens all the time. It happens more than you could possibly think. So the fact that Gunslinger's Focus lets you turn any card in your hand into that mid block is really good. It's really good. I think that this card, even though it is still that good, when I asked you how many times, the answer was 2. And so it is a niche card, but I think it's a really neat niche card. It is a card that I could see myself playing, maybe not in standard, but I bet in retro, I bet this card goes crazy, dude. I bet, because there are plenty more non-blocks that exist in that format, and having a card like this that says I'm allowed to block with my non-blocks, I think is a big deal. It's a very cool idea to have. Up next, I've got Deus Ex Machina. This card is neat. It is a 5/2 4 mid for 5. Got a gnarly 1 high block, and EX3 ranged and weapon as its keyword. Discard X cards, draw X cards, then add X bullet counters to your character. X can't be greater than the number of cards in your hand. So essentially, you get a free mulligan. I drew Deus Ex Machina and a bunch of foundations. I'll get rid of the foundations and I'll redraw some real gas. Put some bullet counters on my character and feel good about it. Inside of Happy Chaos, the character that is depicted on this secret rare, it is a need card, and so that's where I put it in my previous all video that you can go check out. It's very good. In basically everybody else, it's probably in the nice category. And so in context of the chaos symbol, if there are cool chaos things that, like, I needed to discard and then redraw, it's probably fine as a oops, get out of jail free card. But if you feel like you were having to play this not in Happy Chaos to add more bullet counters to your character, it's probably not. You probably should build the deck a little cleaner to get yourself out of this trouble. I'm not seeing it play a ton of games. But again, Happy Chaos, we need this one. It's his cool card, so I'm going to leave it in the need category. Up next, I've got Fafnir. Fafnir is a 6/3 5 mid for 7 with a 1 high block. Has the I didn't talk about this one in the actual video. This one just didn't get talked about. So this is the only time you're gonna get my opinions on Fafnir. There it is. It's a 5 mid for 7. Response spin momentum. After this deck is completely blocked, my rival loses 1 health for each card in their hand, maximum 3. So I grab my tension momentum with it, and then if you fully block this, it will burn you for more than likely 3. This card is really neat as a 6 difficulty, 5 mid for 7. What a great uncommon. These are the stats that I'm looking for on these tension moves. I think this is a very, very cool one. How important is it, though? I don't know that it is necessarily a build around to be in the need category. I don't even think that it is a I want to play it at like a 3 of. I think this card is probably really nice. I might be undervaluing the fact that it is a 7 damage tension move that is allowed to end the game, right? A lot of these my rival loses health conditions say that they can't lose the game on that burn. And the fact that Fafnir says that they can lose the game, I think is a big deal. I think it is a big deal. Up next, I've got Steady Aim, another card that we've already talked about, but that's in a different video. Go check out the all video. Steady Aim is neat. Remove a counter from your character. After attack is completely blocked, it deals 3 damage during the damage step. So talking about it under the context of the Chaos symbol now, I think this card's not very good. And even then, under the All symbol, where the card is better, I think the card is niche at best. I don't imagine that I necessarily want to play this card very much. In an earlier video, somebody suggested that I had a coaster tier. Steady Aim is probably going to go in my coaster tier when it comes to what it can do. Yes, it is a solid 5 difficulty, 6 damage tension move. It does hit fairly hard for what it's got going on, but the remove a counter from your character is not very good if you're a happy Chaos, and I can't remember any other Chaos characters that actively have counters to be removing. So not only do you have to run Deus Ex Machina to gather your counters, you then have to play Steady Aim on it after your Deus Ex to then have it be relevant. Card is not very good as a piece. Tyrant Rave. Now we're talking. Chaos Fire card. 7/3, 5 mid for 5 with a 1 low block. Has the punch keyword. Response can get you a free momentum if you check poorly on it. And then this deck gets +2/+2 for each other attack you have played this turn, period. This card is so cool if you can get it to work. If you are playing Tyrant Rave, it is the main focus of your deck. It is the thing that is actively going to be killing them, but it is not a 4 of. You want to see this card for the kill condition, but you do not need 4 of this card. I need this to be my kill condition. This is going to be one of the only exceptions in the need category that I am not recommending you play it at a 4 of. You probably having multiples of this card in your hand is not very good, but you need to see this because the +2/+2. If the goal is to Tyrant Rave somebody into the ground and put +8/+8 on it, you need to have it. That's the way that our deck works. It is our kill card, as Snuggy says. So I'm going to put it up here, but this is not me recommending you playing 4 of this one. I don't recommend it. Up next, I've got... There's a crazy opponent card for 5 minutes before she got around it. 100%. Up next, I've got Alone Infection. This card's so cool. 2/5, 3 low block. Response after your move deals 5 damage. Draw a card or grab a momentum. This card is either a want or a need category or a nice category. I'm gonna put it in nice just because the 3 low block is a little poor. And under the Chaos symbol, I think that there is a ton of I think there's a ton of other momentum generation that's just a little bit easier to find than this. When we go back and we look at this card under the Earth context, I think it's a different tune. But when it stands as this is the Chaos video, I think this card's nice, maybe niche, but it's only because it's outclassed by other things that currently exist. Again, under the Earth symbol, it's a different idea. As this is for Chaos, it's going to go under nice. Calling from the Shadow. This card is another Canary card. Response flip after rival plays a non-character ability that adds a card. Adds any number of cards to their momentum, cancel it. Do I have a thing to give me add the top 5 cards of my deck to my momentum? This card is a single card answer. It does not say that if you have the momentum, I can get rid of it. It stops it from ever getting there in the first place. I think this card is is probably in the nice or want category, depending on the climate of the format. I think stopping my opponent from never, ever having the momentum in the first place is super dope. I think that this card is really cool. It's got great stats. It's a 1/5 with a 2 high block. This card easily could have been like a 1/5 with a 4 high block, and if this response was relevant enough, it would be played. So the fact that it's got a decent high block as well is very cool. I think this card is super neat, and I do not sure if Roman cards are canceled. Our cards, it can, i.e., can it cancel tension? I'm saying that it can cancel tension. That's what I'm putting in this video, is that it can. If that changes afterwards, so be it. The cards are not quite out yet. But I think that it can cancel Roman cancels. I think this card is dope. I think this card is super dope. And if, again, unless the ruling is different, if tensions are relevant at all, I think Calling from the Shadow is going to be a relevant card. Up next, I've got Find Your One Way. I think this card, again, another really neat line of text. Probably the number one thing that I can say about all of these Guilty Gear cards is whether they are playable or high meta or whatever, they're all very neat in the things and the ideas that they have. So Find Your One Way, saying sacrifice your check gets +1 for each card your momentum. If I can slam a bunch of tension moves and grab a bunch of momentum and then give my move +3, +4, +5 to my next check, is a very easy way for me to accidentally Tyrant's Rave people, or maybe even back-to-back Tyrant's Rave people. I think this card is very cool to find a big bomb, to find a big kill move at the end of your string, especially with how Roman cancel works. But how many copies am I trying to play in my deck? It's probably either a nice or a want. I'm going to drop it into nice, because if my game plan is so reliant on having Find Your One Way that I want or I need it, my deck is probably a little too reliant on increasing my check, and I'm probably playing too big of moves. But there could be an argument that you could toss it up into the want category, but I'm going to leave it in nice for now. I can see this as a really solid 2 of in my deck and probably feel fine, feel great about it. Up next, I've got Jealous Homunculus. It is a 1/5 2 mid block E-flip. Your rival spends momentum. Only playable if your rival has more momentum than you. This card is cool. This card is effective. Hey, we've got a ton of momentum generation inside of the set with Roman cancels, but unlike the Calling from the Shadows on this symbol, when it stops it from being there in the first place, this does let them have it. And then sometimes, if I have more momentum than them, I'm not allowed to take it away from them. So having momentum hate under the Chaos and Order symbol is cool. I think under Chaos, because we have things like Calling from Shadow, it is probably not... I think Calling from Shadow is a better card than Jealous Homunculus, but there is a world where, honestly, you like pick your flavor that you want and you play that one. Hey, you have momentum already, and then I build down Jealous Homunculus, I can potentially fight you for it. Hey, you don't have momentum, and I want to stop you from having momentum, Calling from the Shadows is going to be the better bet. They both have their usefulness. They both attack this problem from a really from a distinct way, and the end solution is you don't have momentum, and that is what we care about. I'm going to put it in the nice. I could see myself again. It's a great 2 of to be playing. It's a bit of a canary card. On to Let's Rock. So Let's Rock is another repeat, excuse me, as we have had the all symbol already been recorded today. And I put it up here in the nice category. And I feel the same way about the Chaos symbol as I do about the all symbol. The all symbol, I think, in a very similar vein as... where was it? In a very similar vein, does not have a ton of I discard cards out of my hand outlets and get these useful abilities, have ways to discard cards out of my hand. But Let's Rock is a way to utilize a if discarded. I think that's more relevant on the all symbol than it is on the Chaos symbol. And so the fact that this card is also a 2/5 with a 3 mid block that does not... have any useful abilities on the stage is a huge detriment to this card, specifically under the Chaos symbol. I think that there are better, cooler things that you could be doing on Chaos that are more relevant. So Chaos-wise, I would probably put this in niche, play a different momentum generation than what Let's Rock has got going on. I don't think that you necessarily want to play this one. But with that said, if you can find that momentum generation, if you have some piece that you're allowed to play Let's Rock in, then having this card is very good. So I'm going to leave it in nice up here and just drop him down into the repeat section. Rivals in Battle. 3/5/2 mid-block. Response once per turn. Once you get a momentum, ready this bad boy back up. I love this card. I think this card is so cool. This card easily could be a need in my tension-based decks. If I'm playing a Chaos or Water tension-based deck, I am so in on this card. I think if there is ever a way to, like when I take and I look at this card in conjunction with something like a Tyrant Rave, I take and go, I will play an attack, grab a momentum, play an attack, grab a momentum, play an attack, commit Rivals in Battle, grab momentum, re-ready the Rivals in Battle, utilize Find Your Way for +3 to my check, play Tyrant's Rave, and I have +3 to my check and an extra ready foundation on Rivals in Battle. And that was a single Rivals in Battle that I committed. Maybe I checked a bunch of 3s all the way down. I turned them all sideways and then ready them back up. We've had abilities like this in the past. The main one that comes to mind, specifically on 2 of these symbols that it shares, is History's Greatest Monster. After I play a 5 difficulty move, I get to re-ready it. But that is a high cost of playing a 5 diff. Why not play some of these 4 or even 3 difficulty moves that snap me a momentum for free and then ready up my 3 diff? I think in a world where tension matters, we are going to want to play Rivals in Battle. With that said, it's a 3 diff, so I'm going to put it in the 1 category. We probably can't flood our deck with a bunch of 3 diffs, but man, I think in a tension world, Rivals in Battle is a good card to let you re-grab a bunch of cool things. It's very cool offensively on your turn. Up next, I've got Scare Tactics. So in the previous video, I talked about Coaster Tier. Scare Tactics was the card that was mentioned for Coaster Tier. Again, like I said in that long explanation, a 1/5/3 mid block that essentially says +1 speed, +1 on my next check is not very good. It's kind of bad. If any of the numbers were better on this card, it's a 0 diff. It's a 1 high block. It gives 2 speed. It gives +3 to my check. I think that we could have a different story here, but the numbers on this card don't justify the commit cost on this. Or maybe even, you ready? It's +1 speed to every attack, and then if my check gets increased, I then commit the card after it's resolved, or whatever. Something about this card has to change. This card is not very good. It's not even worth necessarily talking about. And then lastly, I've got Walking Fortress. 3/5/2 mid block. An ultra rare foundation. Says sack 1, choose 1, but if you've added 2 cards to momentum, you get to choose both. Your next check is +3, and build a card from your discard pile face down. This card is so sick. This card is so cool. I think that just your next check gets +3 is decent enough to just justify playing it. Destroy for +3 to my check is good. But the fact that we get to build a card from our discard pile face down is, if we get the bonus, says it's +3 for real because I replaced the card that I destroyed. This card as a 1 of is not very good. This card as like a 2 or a 3 of, when I get to stack these, is very solid. Again, another way for us to play our big crazy 7 difficulty moves. So for that, I'm going to put Walking Fortress in the nice category. I could imagine if you really wanted to, like if snagging a bunch of momentum or playing a very high difficulty move late in a chain, you could possibly pull up to here. But I think it's probably just a nice enough card that you could want to play. The 3 diff really turns me off on wanting to run more of this. Maybe if it was like, honestly, if it was like a 2/4 with a 2 mid block, I would put it up here in the want category. I think it'd be way more into that. But being a 3 difficulty makes me a little nervous about it. while I'm paused. Jace, why would you play that card? Why is that card sucks, dude? That card's coming out of every single one of your decks. I know it. I just know it. Scare Tactics is bad. That's a bad card. Not a good one. My thing messed up. 1 second, everybody. Whew. I want this guy. And I want this guy. +1 speed is relevant 2% of the time, and +1 your check is relevant all of the time. I'm excited. I'm excited for you to play that card. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for you to have fun with that one. It's gonna be dope for you. Can't catch me dead playing that one. Okay. We're back at it. I do this. We go back. All right, so now that we are done with looking at the cards, let's look at the characters that are attached to the chaos symbol. First off, we've got Happy Chaos. 633. It's got the all in chaos symbol. The start of the game, add 6 bullet counters to this card, period. Enhance, remove 1 bullet counter, : your range attack gets 1/1. If it deals damage, look at the top card of your deck. You may add that card to your hand or your momentum. So this character is interesting. And this character is difficult to play. 633 has a ton of health, but only having 6 chances to utilize your ability is tough. And then it's not even like a response remove a bullet counter. It's an enhance. You got to call your shot. You got to aim and make it happen. Range attack gets 1/1, which is not great stats. And then if it deals damage, look at the top card of your deck, draw it, or add it to your momentum, or leave it on top, because it's May. You may add that card to your hand or your momentum, or leave it on top if it's a good check, if you don't want it. As Jace the Ace in chat says, it's so good as long as you're skilled enough to draw your SR. The difference between Happy Chaos having Deus Ex Machina and not Deus Ex Machina is massive. It's really, really huge. I think only having 6 bullets is tough. Is a tough sell. Having all of them is probably relevant enough. I will say though, being able to snag momentum on every attack that you play, and /or drawing a card or looking at the top card of your deck on every attack, as long as you're just uncontested, right? If you do that 6 times, you probably win the game, right? Because you hit them 6 times, you probably won. And so my big issue when it comes to Happy Chaos is I'm just not positive that. I'm just not positive that it's enough juice on the face without the SR. And that's the thing that I would be nervous about. But on the other side, I got Soul Bad Guy. 632. It's got the warrior keyword. It's got chaos and fire. It has a static that says the first attack each turn gains tension, which just gives you a free moment cancel. So I now no longer have to play all these tension-based cards if I don't want to. Or I could play them, and it has 2 copies of tension, so I get Roman cancel, Roman cancel. That's pretty good. And then response, after 1 or more cards are added to your momentum, your next check to play a fire card gets +1. This does include, if I can figure out how to get a momentum on my rival's turn, it is +1 to block with cards. It is a note. This character, I think, is very good. Giving your first move each turn tension is very solid. If you play a tension move, purple is instantly available to you. You play a tension move, you tension, you have your 2 momentum, you then get to, if blocked, respond, clear, redraw a card, and then you play another tension, grab another momentum. You get off to the races. And then as you're playing cards, as you're clearing cards, you're getting plus stats. It's very, very sick. It's really, really cool. I'm a massive, massive fan of what Soul Bad Guy is doing as we are playing out a bunch of different cards. It's really, really neat. With that said, this guy's very boring. unless you can figure out how to utilize that tension, or you're a massive fan of trying to play out these big long strings, or on the other side, right? Because it does say your next check to play a fire card. You play a bunch of cool chaos cards, and then you have one neat fire card at the end that just like does the explosion, right? I save up my +1 on my check. I'm playing a real game of universes, adding a bunch of cards of momentum, and then play one card and it gets +2 its check, i.e. a 7 diff that I'm trying to play. That could be my only fire card that exists in my deck, and then I feel pretty good about it. There's a bunch of different ways to play Soul Bad Guy. So he's as boring as you want to make him. I'll leave it there. This guy's neat, and I'm really excited to play him. From here, let's talk about Earth. Let's talk about Earth. We got some cool Earth cards in the set. I'm happy about it. Let's talk about Mr. Dolphin. 4/3, 3 mid for 2. Not a very strong attack. Got a 2 high block. Got the Earth attuned symbol, so you can play this card in any character as long as it has the Earth symbol. Has tension, which says it grabs this Roman cancel. Ally and slam. Blitz. This deck gets 1 damage for each ally attack in your card pool. This does include itself. So this is a 4 difficulty, 3 mid for 3, because it itself is an ally. An amazing turn ender. I play out my Mr. Dolphin at the very end. I've got 6 attacks in my card pool. This thing is a 4 difficulty, 3 mid for 8. Feels great. Feels very, very solid. Great turn ender. The question that we have is how do I get all these ally attacks in my card pool? How do I utilize Mr. Dolphin to play a late string move to try and go for the kill? Sepultura. That's what we're gonna go with. 5/3, 4 high for 5 with a 2 low block. Tension ally kick. Blitz if you have 2 or more momentum. This deck gets +5 damage, period. So not a great opener, right? You don't get to utilize the full part of the card, but it is totally okay to be played after a move. This is where I'm really liking our blitz on these tension cards. If I have 2 momentum, it gets +2. As a 6 diff, it is a 4 high for 8 that snagged me a 2nd momentum, right? I play a tension move, I play Sepultura, and then I grab, I get to give it a big meaty amount of damage, right? 4 high for 8's nothing to scoff at. As well as getting a momentum. If it deals damage, it itself goes to momentum. It feels decent. It feels good. I like this big, heavy hitting move. And even as the opener, if I need to, as a 5 diff, 4 high for 5 that gets me my Roman cancel, I think it is decent enough to be played as the opener. I like how this 5 diff is shaped in comparison to a lot of the other 5 diff tension cards that I've seen. From here, I've got Cardwell Impact. It is a 2/5/3 low block. I believe the first unique card that we have seen. Enhanced flip. This deck gets +2 or -2 damage. If you've played a Roman cancel ability this turn, it gets +4 or -4 damage instead. An incredible ability to utilize. I believe it is. I guess I can look, right? To use yellow. Using yellow after. Using yellow to reduce something down to 3 and then Guardian Impact for -4 damage is very, very solid. It's really, really good. It's a ton of damage reduction available to you under the Earth symbol, as long as you are down to play these Roman cancel abilities. But as a 2/5, 3 low block, E flip +2 or -2 damage is not that great. It's nothing to really write home about, but +4, -4 is something to write home about. And so being able to utilize its Roman cancel side of it is neat and a cool tool for these Roman cancel characters to use. I'm in. I'm so into this one. Arisugawa Sparkle. I'm going to call it Ari Sparkle. We'll leave it there. Ari Sparkle is a 5/3, 5 high for 4, 2 mid block. No, tension ally ranged. Blitz. Your next attack gets +1 speed or +1 damage. So this is interesting because we have seen other 5 difficulty tension openers that give and 1 and 1, and this one gives 1 or 1. So it must be the difference between symbol spread and ally ranged. It's a 5 for 4, not a 4 for 5, so on and so forth. There's reasons, but it's interesting that we used a different article here of or and that changes what this card does in comparison to a different 5 diff. All in all, it's very fast. If I can give it some amount of damage, I think that this is probably fine. As a 5 high for 5 high for 6, 5 high for 7. If I can give it 3 damage, I'm probably down for it. So it gaining momentum, but then my next one gets a little extra. That's not what an article is. I'll move on. But it's probably fine. It's probably whatever. I don't think people are going to be playing Ari Sparkle very much. Maybe if you can find damage, I think you can maybe figure it out. Now we're talking. Great Yamada attack. It is an 8 difficulty, 3 check, 6 low for 6 with a 1 low block. Powerful 2 ally slam. It's got the earth and water symbols. Statically, this card gets -2 difficulty for each ally attack card in your card pool. Max -8. So if I have 4 other ally attacks in my card pool, this is a 0 difficulty 6 low for 6 with powerful 2. That's really, really good. It's really, really good. And then Blitz, flip 3 ally attack cards in your card pool. Your rival adds the top card of their deck to their card pool face down. It cannot leave their card pool this turn. That means that when we go to cleanup, it does not leave and it stays in their card pool for their turn. So not only is it stuck there for mine as I am attacking, it is stuck there for yours while you are attacking. This card is really, really solid. This card, we just banned a card called Teaming with the Attack Titan that did something very similar, significantly less gated. It counted -2 for any attack. The fact that this says ally attack is a big deal. It is a big deal. But that card was a 5 mid for 5. This is a 6 low for 6. That card didn't have powerful 2. This card does have powerful 2. This card doesn't add a card. That card didn't add a card in their card pool and say that it couldn't leave, so they had breaker 1. They plus a progressive for all of their turns. This card does. Wowzers. Wowzers. That card did have a 1 low block, and this one does have a 1 low block. Great Yamada attack is great. It is an incredible kill condition. It's so good. If I could play 8 of this card, I might just. Hammerfall. We got a 4/3 tension slam, 1 mid block, 1 mid for 7 blitz. Wow. What an attack. The slowest move in the whole wide world. It is begging you to be blocked, but even if it is mid blocked, your Pokken is going to get an ability. If it's partial blocked, I'm still getting 4 damage through. This card is just a chump check of do you have a mid block or not, and I love it. I think it's so rad. Not to mention, we've got the Roman cancel. We could just enhance red, change the zone of this attack. Do you have a high? Do you have a low? Do you have a mid? Zone mix up, zone change. I think this card is neat. I'm not positive it's going to see a ton of play outside of sealed, but I think this card is super cool. Love Hammerfall in this. Potemkin Buster. It is a 5/2 6 mid for 2 mid for 6. It's a 5/2 2 mid for 6 with a 3 high block. Has got tension and throw. Your rival cannot play responsibilities during the damage step of this attack. I don't think it's so interesting because I don't know if yellow happens during the damage step because of the way it's worded. Before you take damage from an unblocked attack. I assume that's in the damage step, but it doesn't expressly tell me it is. Is it in its own not damage step? Because I want to say that there was some weird thing that happened with another character that talked in this step with Nomu, and like how he interacted with being in the damage step but not the damage step. It's a little finicky if I'm remembering that correctly. Response: after this attack is not completely blocked, it gets +6 damage. It would be before the damage step of your rival's unblocked attack. If it was in the Nomu phase, it would be before the damage step of your rivals. I'm pretty sure the point of this static is to dodge the yellow Roman cancel. I agree, Wub. I agree. But the question is not what's the point of the card. The question is, what does the card say? And I because this doesn't say during the damage step. The yellow doesn't say during the damage step of an unblocked attack, reduce the attack's damage to 3. There's my question. But either way, if you don't block this, if it's not completely blocked, it says it gets +6 damage. So as a tension throw, it is a 2 mid for 12 if you choose not to completely block it. Which means if you do completely block it, it's a 2 mid for 3. If you don't block it at all, it's a 2 mid for 12. Just take 12. If you partial block it, if I block it with a high or a low, it is a 2 mid for 12, which then ends up being 6, which means that you didn't block it, right? You're taking 6 no matter what, as long as you don't completely block this guy. Very, very cool card. Very scary card. A very easy game ender if my rival does not have the correct zones. And it being able to Roman cancel and change its zone, I think is a big deal. I think there's going to be a lot of games that you go down to 6. I Potemkin Buster you, and then I use the red enhance on my Roman cancel that I added with the tension, call the correct zone that you don't have, and then Buster you out of the game. Very, very cool to just have the read of, oh, you don't have a low block, I'll make it low. All right, if you now when you partial block it, I'll get you. Very neat use of the tension keyword specifically for red. I'm into it. Let's talk Alone Infection, 2/5/3 low block. It's got the Chaos and Earth symbol. Response flip after your attack deals 5 or more damage, draw a card, or add the top card of your deck to your momentum. So we talked about this in a previous video in the Chaos symbol. And basically my reaction was, I think this card is really, really good because of the fact that it's a response and not an enhance to be set up for failure, right? I could enhance and then they block my move and I lost my ability. So it is response. I get to pick when I do it. And the fact that it is draw a card or grab momentum is really solid. And in Chaos, there's a ton of this ability running around. There's so much steal a free momentum from the top of my deck, do a thing. But the fact that Alone Infection also has the Earth symbol, I think it has a home in Earth way, way more than it does in Chaos. This is the Earth video. I think this card is dope under Earth. After my move deals 5 damage, I draw a card, grab momentum. It's very, very premium under the symbol. I want to play a ton of it under the Earth symbol. I'm so in. I'm so in. From here, I've got Analytical Observation. It is a 1/5/2 mid block. It's got Earth and Fire as its symbols. Response flip after rival blocks your attack. Flip the card they blocked with, period. This card, I think, is really, really solid. So because of the way that response windows work, after a card is blocked, you as the turn player get to choose to block to respond first, and you could respond with analytical observation, flip their card, and then if they had a breaker or it deals no damage or whatever, observation just stops that in its tracks because it's now face down. They don't get a chance to use the ability on the card. It doesn't exist anymore. So I think observation is easily going to see play in a lot of these Earth decks, specifically with like Earth throws. If you have a card that says like response after you block with this card, it deals no damage, right? My rival is I was playing something like a whatever the sphere card is. I can go look it up. Dimensional Sphere, right? After you block with this card, remove the blocked attack from the game. When this card leaves the card pool, remove it. You get to take and flip the sphere before they get a chance to remove your attack, and then your move's going to still go through. I think this card is really, really rock solid, and people are absolutely, they should be playing this card. Speaking of Armored Clad Faith, 1/5/3 high block. It's got the Earth and Void symbol. Response flip. After your rival plays an attack, it loses one keyword ability of your choice. It does say ability and not one keyword, so you cannot take away like punch, kick, slam, but you can take away EX, powerful, tension, echo. You can take away all of those. And like just telling my rival that the powerful move that they were going to kill me with doesn't have it anymore is so rock solid. Shift, yes, shift. That's not a shift card anymore. I think this card is going to see again a ton of play. This card is so good. 2 in the main, 1 on the side. 3 in the main, 1 on the side. You could easily see myself playing 4 copies of this card. If your rival's card has stun 4. No, it just doesn't have any stun. Take away stun. So good. So good. I think Armored Clad Faith could be pound for pound like the best common foundation that come out of this set easily. I know that I'm going to be playing it as a 2 of in basically every deck that I play from now to the end of time. This card's one of the good ones. Drift. We talked about it in a previous video under the all symbol, but let's talk about it here. 1/5/4 mid block. Has a static that says when you try to block an attack with this card, return that attack to its printed speed. This card is another canary card. If this card is active and being played, maybe we should take a look at how much speed we are giving to specific attacks. I do like the fact that it does have a bad block modifier, right? It's got a 4 mid block, so it does have a bit of a cost to utilize it. And I also like the fact that since it's not very good in your stage, it is a 1/5. It's easy to play. It's a great check, but its job is to be played in hand. So if you do happen to play it into your card pool, it gets in your stage. It just doesn't do anything. I like that. I think that no card should be good in all 4 zones. It should have something. It should be bad at something, being in hand for blocking or checking poorly or whatever. So the fact that Drift is not amazing in your stage, I think is great. And the fact that like the 4 mid block, again, it's a choice to be made. It has some sort of issue, I think is a good thing. It is a good thing. I like Drift. I like Drift a lot. Irreverent Attitude. It is a 2/5/1 mid block. It's the Earth and Order symbol. It says response flip. After an attack is blocked, the next attack this turn gets +2 or -3 damage. Interesting. So we have a very similar card like this in the game currently that says after an attack is blocked, +3 or -3 to the next one. It also has an extra ability of like, if my rival plays a stun ability, cancel it, gain a momentum. Chat can help me out with the name of it. I see it on Chaos. Chat will help. Elasticity. Thank you, Nair. I appreciate it. Irreverent Attitude is very much in that same shape, but just has a better block. So it's a 2/5 with a way better block. I believe Elasticity is a 3 high block. So, I mean, that's pretty bad. But losing out on the extra point of damage offensively, I think, is a big deal when I'm trying to go for a big kill. And not having the anti-stun thing is a big deal. At the same time, doesn't share any of these symbols. And so it is just like sharing the love of this ability is very cool, of I get rewarded for playing good defense, or I punish my opponent for playing good defense with that +2 or -3 damage. I just don't know how much without that extra ability it's going to see play. I'm not sure that the 1 mid block makes up for it having a second ability, but we would just have to see. We just have to see. The Disaster of Passion. It's a 2/5, 2 low block, has the earth and water symbol. It says response once per turn. After an attack, mine or yours is completely blocked. Draw 1 card, discard 1 card. So, cool hand filtering. We actually have this card basically in the exact opposite direction in long range support out of the Attack on Titan set on the Chaos Attune symbol that says after an attack deals damage, draw 1 card, discard 1 card. And so once per turn. So the fact that we have it in the opposite direction on 2 other symbols, I think is a really neat look. Is this card good though? I think so. Being able to choose your block zones. I'll block with a thing, and if you're telegraphing that you've got another move coming, or like an echo or something, and I got the incorrect block zone, I draw a card and then discard a card. I love it. I love it. I love it. I also think it's really interesting that after an attack is completely blocked, draw 1 card, period, discard 1 card, period, instead of using the word then discard 1 card. I think that's an interesting choice on the verbiage, and I actually really like it. Be more direct. Use more periods. Up next, I've got Walking Fortress. It's a 3/5 with a 2 mid block, Chaos and Earth. Again, I talked about this on the Chaos video, so you have to check that out. Enhance, sack 1, choose 1. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both. Your next check to play a card gets +3. Build 1 card from discard pile face down, period. I want to talk about this in the context of the Earth symbol. So the Earth symbol, as we've seen a ton in this set already, is all about flipping. And the Earth symbol has a surprising amount of unflipping. I'm going to unflip a thing to do something cool. And so the fact that the Walking Fortress under the Earth symbol, I get to sacrifice, build a card from my discard pile face down, and then unflip is really cool. For the time being, Overhaul exists in the game. Imagine Overhaul playing a couple cool tension moves. I will tension twice, have my 2 momentum, give my next check to play a card +3, and then build whatever attack I want. Because it does say build a card for my discard pile face down. I built the best attack that I want, and then use Overhaul's ability to play it out of my stage with +3 to my check. Maybe I'm not playing 4s and 5 diffs anymore. Maybe I'm playing 7s and 8 diffs now to then be played not counter to progressive and having +3 to my check. This is such a neat card to be recycling, reusing cool unflipping pieces that this symbol under the Earth symbol gets to do that the Chaos symbol doesn't really get to see. So the fact that it's got both of these cards, and I can very much see both of their symbol identities on this card, mwah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. From here, we've got Whirling Ninjutsu. It is a 2/5 with a 2 mid block. It's got the air and earth symbols. I talked this a little bit on the air video. It says enhance : it doesn't say commit. I made that mistake last video. If the speed of this attack is greater than its printed speed, it gets +1 damage, period. So I think that this is way harder to pull off on the earth symbol than it is on the air symbol. Giving your moves repeatable speed over and over and over again is definitely something that the air symbol does really, really well. So if you can crack the code on how the earth symbol accomplishes this, I think this card is very good. Repeatable +1 damage is great, but the earth symbol is not really the symbol to want to do it, is not the one that showcases it. It certainly is the air symbol. So in the context of the earth symbol with Whirling Ninjutsu, seems tough, seems not great, truthfully. But if you can crack the code, a card like this is very, very strong. Let's move on to the tier list. Okay, so the first card that we got to talk about is Mr. Dolphin. 4/3/3 mid for 2. That gets really big based on the number of ally attacks you have in your card pool. I like Mr. Dolphin a lot. The real question is how many ally cards can I be playing? And so the fact that Mr. Dolphin gets so big, he's either in the nice category, a decent 2/0 to be played after we've played some moves, or even better in the want category. I think that I'm going to put him in the want category, because I think chaining Mr. Dolphins later on in the string probably feels very good, right? I play an ally, I go Mr. Dolphin, Mr. Dolphin, Mr. Dolphin. Seems pretty decent. And so like having multiples of them does not feel bad. I could even put this as a need card, and I probably wouldn't be all that sad about it. My biggest issue with Mr. Dolphin is cool finisher, cool ender, abysmal opener. One of the worst openers of all time. A 4 difficulty, 3 mid for 3 that gives you a momentum. Probably not where I'm coming from. Probably not what I'm looking at. Up next, I've got Sepultura. Tough. 4 high for 5 could be a 4 high for 8 if you got 2 momentum, and it generates your momentum. Got a great 2 low block. I think this is in with these other 5 difficulty starters that we have in the nice category. I think that it being an 8 damage move as a 6 diff, or taking and using it on not turn 2 but turn 3 to generate like a really meaty 4 high for 8, as well as snap you that bonus momentum, feels good. I think this card is worth it if you're looking for like 2 cards for a 2 low block. Just grabbing that tension is worth it as a move, but again, it's not like my build around card. I'm not slamming 4 of this into my deck. I will broaden my horizons with this card and snap the momentum to the thing that I'm supposed to do. I dig it. Cardwell Impact. 2/5, 3 low block, unique, +2 or -2 damage. If I've Roman canceled, it's +4, -4 instead. This is obviously a niche card. It's got the unique keyword. It's very hard to not have a unique card not be niche, where I'm only trying to find one of it. I could maybe, if I'm really Roman cancel focused, put it in nice, but it's very, very hard to want to put this here. I think putting it in niche just makes the most sense, because it has, without the Roman cancel, +2 or -2 on flip cost is not great. With the Roman cancel, which means I now have to tailor my deck specifically for doing cool Roman cancel stuff. Even then, it's still a unique. But again, it flips, but it's unique. There's certainly, if you put it in, if you're like, wow, that's a nice card, I would get it. But I think I have to leave it in niche just because it's gated a little too hard. From here, we've got Ari Sparkle. I think this card, probably outside of May, is very bad. Like, May gives you stats, but I think Ari Sparkle is not very good, man. Yes, it's a 5 high for 4, 5 high for bigger in May, but like it's blitz on like comparing this to Sepultura is like criminal. Of the 4 high for 5 that gets +3 versus this 5 high for 4 that gives the next one +1 or +1. Ugh, not very good. Imagine if it was +1 speed or +2 damage. I'd be down, right? +2 speed or +1 damage. Probably not that one. +1, +2 is probably fine. But like the fact that it's just +1, +1 tension, it's probably not great. But as an opener, it's probably where it's at. So I'm probably gonna put it again in the nice category. It's probably a decent enough 5 difficulty opener if you want to do it. It's got the ally keyword, which matters for things like Mr. Dolphin and Great Yamada Attack, which we're gonna talk about next. But I don't know. It's slim pickings. Certainly the first thing getting cut on my list if I can afford it. Speaking of, I've got the Great Yamada Attack. This card I think is really, really solid. It's got a lot of very scary words on it, but here is my big issue. It has one word that makes it very not scary, and that is the word ally. You have to have allies in your card pool to make it work. We haven't talked about her yet, but May says that you're allowed to play 8 copies of this card. I don't think that you're supposed to play 8 Great Yamada Attack. I don't think that's correct. If Great Yamada Attack is the one that you do decide to play, I think that it is a 6 of max. If that's the one that you want to increase, she says you can play up to 8. I think 6 is the max that you would play of Great Yamada, because it is good, but it's certainly a little high rolly. So I think that I am supposed to put it in the need category, but it is because I want to play 4 of it and no more. Great Yamada is very, very solid, but it does not need to be more than the 4 of that it already is. Up next, I've got Hammerfall. I think this card is so cool. 1 mid for 7, 4 diff. I love cards shaped like this. Got a great 1 mid block tension, so it gets you a momentum. I'm putting this in the nice category. I could even see myself putting it in want, depending on what my combo strings are looking like. If I'm playing like a really sick discard my rival's hand deck, this being a 7 damage move base later on in my string as like my 3rd or 4th attack is enough to get the job done, especially if I can put any number of extra stats on it. I'm thinking back to potentially like a Donatello sort of idea of, I play Hammerfall, I give it a plus 7 damage. It's a 1 mid for 14 catch. It's very, very, very cool card. But I'm going to put it in the nice category because I think a 2 of is probably where I would want to stick it. Got a great mid block. It doesn't do anything outside of get me the Roman cancel. And it hits hard enough, but that I will win as many games on the 7 damage as I lose on the 1 speed. And so for that, I'm not going to put it in the want category. Up next, we got Potemkin Buster. 2 mid for 6 throw. It's got a 2-check tension. You can interact with it during the damage step. And then after it's not completely blocked, it gets plus 6 damage. I think this card is probably the definition of the word want. I think having too many of these is probably a big deal. Like specifically like maybe turn 2. At the same time, like if your deck is actively just trying to like get the game over and like crush the game and be done, I could see you wanting to put it in the need category. But I would be nervous that like best case scenario, it's 12 damage, and that's incredible. The best case scenario is almost never going to happen with this card. It's just not going to happen. And so the fact that we get to play this card and do 3, 6, or 12 damage, I probably need something that is not doing damage, but setting me up for my busters to work, if that makes sense. And so, like, I would play 3 of this and then 4 of something that tees up my buster to get the job done. Because I don't need 4 busters. I need 2 really, really rock solid. I need 3 really rock solid busters, you know? From here, I've got Alone Infection. This is a card that we have already talked about here on the live stream, but you haven't seen it in this video quite yet. And so I put this card in the where did I put it? I'm pretty sure I put it in the nice category, or maybe I put it up in want. No, where are you? I put it right here in nice. And that was for the chaos video. In the Earth video, I actually think that I could see it in want, if not need, because of what the Earth symbol does with the lack of draw power and momentum generation that it has. Whereas the Chaos symbol is kind of gluttonous for it because of all the Attack on Titan stuff. But under the Earth symbol, I think this card has a lot of weight to be put into one of these 2 categories. With that said, I am still going to leave it in the nice category. Actually, I'm going to bring it up to want because I think in Chaos it's still also pretty good. But I'm going to move this down to repeat just because we've already talked about it. But Alone Infection is very, very solid, and you absolutely should be putting it in your decks to deck build. Analytical Observation. This card is a blast. This card's so solid, and I think it's going to be playable on both of its symbols. After you block my move, flip the thing that you block. Say no to Breaker. It's so good. The Earth symbol, I think that I'm going to talk about this card in the context of the Earth symbol and not the Fire symbol. The Earth symbol, anti-throw, has not been very relevant very much. But there are still a ton of block tricks. Imagine my rival blocks with Showdown, or Ares Smiles, or a Breaker 3, or a Faith Shield, right? Taking and having analytical observation, turn that off, is such a massive W. Just say, hey, you block with Face Shield, try to say no to my move, and I say that I flip your thing and it's going to happen. It's so solid. I think observation is a want. I'm probably playing 3 of it in the main board, 2 of it in this, 1 of it in the sideboard. I would play 5 of it if I could. This card is so solid to make the Earth game plan work. Of my attacks have to matter, your blocks need to not matter. I love it. Armor-Clad Faith, same idea. As an Earth card, I think this card is a rock solid choice. It is a card that I'm absolutely going to be playing a ton of. Again, 1/5/3 high block are great stats. And then saying that my rival's attacks loses keywords that matter. Powerful, EX, Echo, Shift. All of those are so accidentally game-winning. And Armor-Clad Faith just stops them cold in their tracks. Tension, Frenzy. Like, all of these are so important for my rival's game plan that stripping them away with Armor-Clad Faith is just so good, to the point where, like, having one up could be my rival just doesn't attack me on that turn, which is also a win. I'm for sure putting this in the want. I might put this in the need. I might main 3 of this, side another one, because of how impactful keywords are. That, like, if my rival's going to try and stun to me, I'll just tell them no. Like the difference between having this card face up and ready in my stage versus not having face up and ready in my stage could just be the difference between winning and losing. Genuinely. This card is going to get committed down by selective committal so often. So often. This card is so good. It will be the best common out of the set. And I almost can guarantee it. This card's so good. Drift. Drift, another card that we talked about. It's right over here in the nice category. Again, 1/5/4 mid block trick that says when I try to block with it, I put your speed back to relevant. One of the big bad guys in the room right now is Midoriya on the move, and that guy gives way too much speed for anybody to deal with unless you have the all or the earth symbol. So the fact that the earth symbol has a decent way to block and interact could be the thing that, like, revitalizes this symbol and brings it back into the forefront of potential gameplay. With that said, though, it is a repeat, so I'm going to bring it right back down here, and I'm going to leave this in nice. It's going to be nice to have, but I think outside of Midoriya, I'm not 100% positive where Drift is going to see a ton of play. Irreverent Attitude. So I think that this card is cool. Again, we've had an ability very similar to this: 2/5, 1 mid block, which is incredible. After an attack is blocked, mine or yours, +2 or -3 damage. But my issue with Irreverent Attitude, and the reason I can't rate it very highly on my scale here, is that I think that this ability is just getting outclassed by other things. After I block a thing, -3 damage is very good. It's very, very good, especially on the 1 mid block. So, like, even holding it in hand and not feeling I necessarily have to have it on my board for defense is probably where it's at. But just giving stats on a 2/5 flip ability, and it has to be dictated on something else happening, right? It's not even like a first enhance. This attack gets whatever could like be, or if this was the first enhance you played or something like that. Like, I think that Irreverent Attitude is probably back here in niche. It's probably just, like, not good enough in the current state to, like, actively be played. And I think that's my biggest issue with the card. I think the abilities are good and doubling up on them are great, but as a one-time use ability, there's something about this card that I'm not in love with, right? I almost wish that it was like a response once per turn +2 or -2 to, like, let it rock rather than have that flip cost. And then I think it actually sees a bunch of play to reuse it over and over again. I think it might just be the flip cost that might be too high. There's something about this card that is just off enough to maybe say that I just don't think it's going to see very much play. The Disaster of Passion. 2/5, 3 low block. Response once per turn. After an attack is completely blocked, draw a card, discard a card. This card's nice, so we'll leave it there. This card's nice to have. I think refreshing, revitalizing your hand, I think, is good enough to have. Having one of it in your stage sometimes could be the difference between breaking versus not breaking. You could find the piece that you need. You could find the block that you need. It's got a decent enough block as a 2 low block. A little bit of a flow piece to just unclog what you got going on. And the fact that it is a reward for me completely blocking an attack, I think, is relevant. I will say my big downside to this is it does say completely block. And so I can't even get like the partial in and then try and save myself from the next one. It has to be a complete block. If they're going to sling low, 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 and I've got a bunch of mids, I can't even refilter, refuel to grab another card off of Disaster of Passion. It could accidentally get me killed. Oh no, I should have just held the Disaster of Passion rather than build it to try and dig for different low blocks, you know? And so for that reason, I'm going to leave it in the nice category. Up next, we've got Walking Fortress, another card that we have seen already in the Chaos video, but we'll talk about it here. I talked about a ton in the expanded version of this. This card is way cooler in the Earth builds than it is the Chaos builds. In Chaos, I put it up over here in Nice. I think that there are some builds of this card that I could even see going up to the want or maybe even the need, depending on how much we can flip versus unflip the card that we build in with Walking Fortress. This being a 3 difficulty, pick whatever card I want out of my discard pile and then grab it is really cool. And currently in the game, there are ways for us to play the cards that are face down out of our stage, and I think that's really neat as well. There are attacks or characters that do it. And so combine that with +3 to the check and rebuilding the card in, as long as I'm playing essentially a tension-based build, I think it's a really neat place to be with a card like this. And so under Earth, I could see myself under certain builds putting it into the want, but I think leaving it in Nice is probably where I would be even for the Earth builds, but it is a repeat, so I'll leave it in repeat. From here in our last card, we've got Whirling Ninjutsu. This is a 2/5 2-mid block. If the speed of my move is a little higher than printed, it gets +1 damage. Decent. And in the air build, I'm pretty sure I popped it all the way up in here into want. It's a very, very good card to play. In the Earth build, I'm not exactly positive how we're going to be getting this consistent speed pump across all of my moves without some pretty hefty work. And so for that reason, in relation to the Earth symbol, I actually am going to put this guy in niche. I think it's not very good under the Earth symbol. Under the air symbol, it's great. How do I get the speed? If you can crack that puzzle, toss it up in here into want, maybe even into need, truthfully. It's very, very rock solid of a card to have that repeatable stat over and over and over again. I just don't know how we're going to be getting that speed stat specifically on Earth. But it is a repeat, so we're going to drop it back down here. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay. Tuning scene, but 2 check throw above flip negate any block trick somehow. I tuned in to see you put the 2 check throw above the flip negate any block trick somehow. Are you running 4 of that card in your deck? Let's go back. Let's go back so I can talk about the tier list. Are you running? Oh, they're in the same category. What are you talking about? They're in the same one. They're in the same tier. What? Do you think that these are in order? Of like, I think that Beta Blade is the best want card? You had him higher when I tabbed in. I said that I think that there's a world where, so let me, I will bring it back. I will bring it back. The four categories are need. If I'm playing this card, I need to see it. I want to run like 4 of it. Want, I want this card. I want to run like 3 of it. Nice, I want to run like 2 of it. Niche, I want to run 1. I think if you are making a deck that is deciding to include Buster, I think that you want to see this card. I think it's this one, but I think that this might be a close second. I think Armored Clad Faith is nuts. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. But I don't disagree with you. I think this easily could just like end up being a 4 of and everything. Either way, that's the tier list. I'm not doing like, because like I think a lot of these cards, like if I don't do it this way, Fire gets to be so ignorant of that card now. Well, you're gonna really like the next video, I think. I think the like doing it of like these cards will be meta, these cards will not be meta, I think is bad. I think it's if I'm playing this card, how many do I want? I think is more interesting and lets me not put things in 4 ofs and 1 ofs. 4 ofs and 0 ofs. If I have a deck that's trying to play Buster, I don't think it's a 4 of. I think if I'm trying to play Buster, it's a 3 of. And that's what I care about for the video. I think that's more interesting than to being like, this card sucks, I'll never play it. I'm gonna go back. You there? Give it to you. Okay, so now that we have looked at the cards, let's look at the characters associated with the Earth symbol. We have May, a 6-hand size, 31 health character with the pirate keyword. What a dope keyword. It's got Earth and Water symbols. It says your deck may include up to 8 copies of 1 ally attack card, period. This character is so cool. This character is so neat. And then enhance, your attack is +2 damage, period. If that attack has the same name as another card in your card pool, you may flip 1 foundation and ready it. So all of your moves get +2 damage, period. Forever. Reuse stats on May. Got that big anchor, we're swinging it. And then, if we have a liked named card, which we will, you may flip a foundation and ready it. So I will get to now reutilize cards in my stage. I think that May is really, really good and is the character that I am the most excited to play out of this set. This character is so cool. I cannot wait to play as many May decks as possible. Playing cool, dope ally attack cards. Which one do I want to run the up to 8 copies of? I don't know yet. I have no idea. But the fact that she gets to get +2 damage and essentially double her stage is so good. It's so good. I've got 6 foundations? No. I've got 8 foundations, as long as I have like-minded attacks in my card pool. It's very solid. Very, very good. And then on the other side, we've got Potemkin. He is a 5-hand size, 32 health character with the Earth and Void symbol. He says response tenacious, so playable while committed. Before you take damage from an attack, if its damage is 4 or greater, it gets -1 damage. So anything that it does 4 or greater, I tack it down just a little bit. Playable while committed, so that's great. I get to expand that life total out nice and severely. And then response, after your attack is completely blocked, your rival discards 1 card. We've seen a ton of low speed, high damage moves, but because of the tension keyword and the fact that we get to tension red, change the zone of a move, it is possible for us to take and change our zone and mess around with the if completely blocked, make them discard cards when they're not ready, or make them not fully block our moves when they were prepared to discard that extra card. A lot of cool mind games we get with Potemkin. This guy's dope. This guy's really, really neat, and I'm excited to see what new cool things we have available to see the Earth Void throw decks work. He's neat. He's very cool. From here, let's talk about fire. Let's talk the fire symbol. Look at that soul bad guy. What a cutie. From here, we've got Tatami Geshi. It's a 4/3, 3 low for 4 with a 1 high block, has the tension and weapon keywords. Says response. After your rival plays their first enhance ability during this attack, change this attack's zone. Very cool. Response, after you play an enhance during this attack, change this attack's zone. So if they say, I'll give it -speed, I'm going to block this thing. You go, it's not a low anymore, it's a high. That's pretty cool. Combining that with things like red, Roman cancel red, remove, change the zone of your attack. If they posture again, they're gonna block. You can put it back to mid. Like, hey, it's a partial now. I think there's some really cool ideas with this card. It's a low. it does enough damage that I think could matter. Maybe the weapon keyword matters. It's got a decent 1 high block. Looks good. From here, I think I missed a card. There's supposed to be 3 of these. I did. I missed Stroke the Big Tree. Let me fix it. There. And then we have present. Okay, we have Stroke the Big Tree. Is a 5/3 4 low. Excuse me, that's important for 5 with a 2 low block tension spell. This deck cannot be blocked by mid blocks. An incredible opener. An incredible opener. Stroke the Big is going to my friend deck as a pseudo throw, as it should. I think this card is really, really cool. The fact that it cannot be blocked by mid blocks is really, really good. It being a 4 low for 5 as the opener that has a little bit of evasion when it comes to blocking is very solid and gives you that Roman cancel to then you could just enhance red, change it to mid. Yeah, it's just a mid attack now. So now it can't be blocked by mids at all. It's a 4 mid for 5. That feels very good. That is a good use of this move. It's good. This is a very good card. Maybe one of the best, maybe the best uncommon attack out of the set. Truthfully, the amount of games that are going to be lost off of won off of Stroke the Big Tree red Roman cancel make it mid. So many. So many. From here, we have Flame Corruption. It is a 1/5 2 low block with the unique keyword response. After 1 or more cards is added to your momentum, this attack gets +1 damage, period. And then response flip. After you play a Roman cancel ability, draw 1 card, period, discard 1 card. If you have a deck that is momentum hungry and is constantly add momentum, the damage can scale pretty severely. As well as if you're playing a Roman cancel, a tension-based deck with 1/5 tension, or 1/5 +1 damage to all your moves is also very good. A 1 difficulty that says all your moves get +1 damage is very good. And then since you are playing that Roman cancel deck, after you play a Roman cancel ability, draw a card, discard a card. Seems good to me. I think this card is a mandatory card in any deck that is focused on doing the cool Roman cancel thing, which I'm sure a lot of decks after this set are going to be that way. From here, I've got Antidepressant Scale. It's a 4/3 3 mid for 3 with a 2 mid block. Tension ranged spell. Has got the Fire and Void symbol. Blitz, seal 1 face-up foundation, : change the zone of this attack. Now, seal 1 face-up foundation does mean seal 1 of your own face-up foundations. It does not mean seal 1 of my rivals. So I got to seal 1 of mine to change the zone of my moves. This card's really cool in Eno, but I'm not sure it's really good anywhere else. It's not very good anywhere else. And I think that that's my biggest issue is it's a little weak on its face without the Eno pump of the +2 damage if I've changed my zone. But at the same time, like this could be a 3 mid for 7 inside of Eno if we decide to use red, decide to use decide to use red, decide to use, could be a 3 mode for 9 actually, depending on how much my rival lets me mess with this card, But there is, I don't know. This card does not seem very good unless they kind of fall into the trap, Oh, next we've got Fafnir. It is a 6/3 5 mid for 7 with a 1 mid block tension punch spell. It's got the Chaos and Fire symbol. Talked a little bit about it in the Chaos video. Response spin of momentum. After this attack is completely blocked, your rival loses 1 health for each card in their hand, maximum 3. The important note here is this is a 7 damage move that can burn them for the game. Very, very strong ability. And it gives itself the momentum to use its responsibility. So I play this 6 diff, it's a 5 mid for 7. If they fully block it, I just potentially burn them for 3. Burn them for something. And so they are incentivized to block this move, as it is a 7 damage move. If it's completely blocked, it will deal 3 damage, asterisks, up to 3 damage. If it's partially blocked, it'll deal 4 damage, and you get to keep your momentum. I think this card is very, very solid. Easily could see yourself playing around with this card and just playing as many Fafnirs as possible to play over and over and over again and replay, rebuy back. I think it's really, really dope. I think it's really, really cool. Up next, we've got Megalomania. It is a 5/3 5 high for 5 with a 1 high block, has the range spell. It is a Fire Void card. Static. While this card's in your card pool, if there are 3 or more sealed cards in play, my stage, your stage, otherwise, your other attacks get +1/+1. We have found a reason to play Antidepressant Scale. Blitz. Seal 1 card in your rival stage, period. That could be their character. Your rival may spend 2 momentum to cancel this effect, period. This card is going to be very, very good because of the fact that it is target sealing my rival's character. It says that I can all but win the game. They have to spend 2 momentum to cancel this. This card all by itself, existing in the format, might be enough to force people to play tension cards to snap 2 momentum quickly so that on their defensive turn, they don't get Megalomania'd and they spend the Roman cancels to have their character be unsealed. I think this card, as an opener of selectively seal the best thing in your rival stage, a 5 diff 5 high for 5, is very, very good. It's got a 1 high block. It's very, very good. If I accidentally seal 2 more cards, 2 extra cards, all my other moves get 1/1. It's very, very good. This is maybe the best opener that the game has seen in a very, very long time. This card's really, really rock solid. It's so good. This card's so good. Up next, we've got Tyrant Rave. UR. Talked about it in the Chaos video a little bit. 7/3, 5 mid for 5. It's got a 1 low block, punch keyword. Response, after you check an attack to play this card, add the checked attack to your momentum, period. So if you check poorly on it, at least you're going to get some sort of resource back. And then Blitz, this deck gets +2 speed and +2 damage for each other attack you have played this turn. So the trick of this card is I want to play as many attacks as possible, 2, 3, 4 extra attacks, and then somehow pass this 7 diff all the way at the very end by either reducing this card stats and or increasing my check to play it. It's this card's very, very solid to find as your finisher, and if you can figure out how to play this card as the finisher, it's probably going to kill them dead. Giving your attack +8/+8 because you played 4 other moves. If you can figure out the trick to make Tyrant Rave work, it's just a game-ending attack. It's so cool. I think this card is so neat. But that's the question: is how do we crack the code and play a 7 difficulty after playing a bunch of extra moves? That's the question. We just have to figure it out. From here, we're moving on to foundations. We have Analytical Observation. It's a 1/5/2 mid block, has the Earth and Fire keywords. We talked about this card just a little bit in the Earth video. Response flip, after rival play blocks your attack, flip the card they blocked with, period. So we said it before, but the way this card works is because you are the attacking player, you get on block responses first. Thank you, Hack Fraud Wizard. I appreciate the raid. That's very kind of you. Because you play an attack, you get to respond with on block triggers first. So after your rival plays a cool block trick, such as Breaker or Airy Smiles or Showdown or Face Shield, you just get to tell them no. You will flip their card and then ask them if they have responses. Their card is no longer face up in the card pool, so they can't play the responses to it. And so this card is just a 1-card answer to any block trick my rival could possibly have. It's so good. It's very solid. Up next, I've got Awakened Samurai. It is a 2/5, 2 high block, has the fire and water symbol. It says response sacrifice : after your attack deals 5 or more damage, add the top card of your rival's deck to their card pool face down, period. So this card is really interesting because it is a sacrifice ability and not like a flip ability. Sacrifice 1 for all of my moves to get +1 speed is not that great of a trade-off. Not to mention, it is after my attack deals 5 or more damage. So it's like really gated. I think this card, yes, it's a common, but I think this card is a little too difficult to the gate is too high and the effect isn't good enough. Could you imagine if this was like stuff 2 cards? I could see it, right? Sacrifice, my attack deals 5 damage, stuff 2 cards. Feels a little degenerate, but I had a bunch of hoops to jump through. 1 card for 5 damage and the sacrifice, it's probably not where it's at. Up next, I've got Find Your One Way. Again, talked about it in the Chaos video a little bit. It's a 2/5 with a 2 high block. Sacrifice. Your next check to play a card gets +1 for each card in your momentum. So this is the way that we're going to be playing our Tyrant Rave at the very end of our string, is we are going to be building up a bunch of momentum and then planning out attack, sacrifice, find your own way. My next check gets +3, +4, +5 to my check, and then I will slam this card down and then send the Tyrant for my 13 to 20 damage I'm hoping for. And so card definitely feels like a build up to kind of spirit bomb my opponent on a turn that matters. This card is dope. A cool build around card to make sure that you can play out some pretty significant moves. Tyrant with Shikshawakmaru is crazy. I agree. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. From here, we've got Hard Rock Witch. It is a 2/5, 2 mid block. Fire and void symbol. Response flip. After rival plays a non-character ability that modifies the damage of an attack, cancel it. Wowzers. This card beats Roman Cancel Yellow. It just beats it. This is really good. It is Guardian Angel of Chinatown, but on 2 more symbols. It's on fire and void. This and not a 1 diff, I guess. I think this card is exactly where I want the space of a common to be. 2/5, 2 mid block, response flip. If you try to mess with my attack, no, you don't. I don't do encores. No, you don't. Knock it off. I'm going to play my cards exactly how it is. Or, even better, my rival plays a powerful ability. No, you don't get to. The difference between this card and Chinatown, though, is if they play it again, it's still allowed to affect it. Chinatown says that, hey, the damage just can't change. And so there is pros and cons with it, but I think Rock Hard Witch easily could see some space in people's sideboards, depending on how afraid they are of things like damage reduction. From here, we've got Heaven or Hell. It is a 3/5, 2 mid block, has the fire and order keywords. It says enhance, sacrifice, choose 1. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both instead. So if you're utilizing this tension keyword. Mill 5. This deck gets +1 speed and +1 damage for each attack milled this way, period. Wowzers. What an incredibly strong ability if you just have loaded up your deck with a bunch of attack cards. And then reveal 1 card from your hand. Add a copy of the revealed card from your discard pile to your hand. We've talked about some pretty decent attacks already under the fire symbol. Just being able to tension, show a card, and then say, hey, I get to grab an additional one is really good. This also works on defense, right? Reveal a card from my hand, add a copy of the reveal card from my discard pile to my hand. Hey, I want to block with 1 and then keep 1 for my turn. I could do that as well. But just being able to like mill 5, 1/1 for each one. Like, imagine like on average like this thing giving like +2/+2 and then add another attack to your hand. It's just so good on a 3/5 destroy cost. It's very solid. I know we've looked at a lot of these. This might be my favorite one. of these cards that we've seen so far. I think there might be one more that we haven't quite looked at, but Heaven or Hell is so solid of a card. Extra stats, grab an extra attack, pop off, win the game. Ram Lethal's Great Swords. Okay. It's a 1/5/2 mid block. It's got the fire and order symbol. Enhance, commit, name a block zone, period. Interesting. This deck gets +3 damage, period. Your rival may reveal one card from the hand with a block zone that matches the name zone to cancel this effect. Whoa. Okay, let's talk about this card. So E commit +3 damage. And then I name a zone that is the same or different as the card that I have. If it's the same, I can then use Roman Cancel Red to just change the zone of the card to a different zone. This card is such a neat workaround for Roman Cancel for blocking. It's +3 damage. If they name the correct zone, it gets canceled. Otherwise, I get my 3 damage and then they block with something wonky. Whoa. This is neat. This is a neat card. There's a lot of information to be gathered with Ram Lethal's Great Swords. I don't know how to evaluate this card right now. This card is so interesting. Okay, we'll move on. When we do the tier list, we'll look at the card again. All right, Wolf's Ferocity. It's a 1/5/2 low block. It's got the all and fire symbol. We talked about this in the all video, but that's okay. Response: after this card enters your discard pile from your hand or deck during the enhance step, this deck gets 1/1. The big thing about this card is when we look at, when we look at other cards that are shaped like this, they also have the ability of, if they are sent to the discard pile from your stage, which this card does not have. This card does not have access to that. And so you have to discard it or mill it during the enhanced step in order to get its ability. But with that said, even though it doesn't have an ability on the stage proper, it being a 1/5/2 low block, still is decent enough stats that I think that if you are actively trying to mill cards, it will be worth it. As long as you have the room for it. Probably if I'm playing one Wolf's Ferocity, I'm playing all 4 of them. But this card's just good for decent stats. Giving +1/+1 to your things just accidentally is very solid. It's very good. Youthful Exuberance, 2/5/1 high block. We talked about this card a little bit in the air video, as it has air and fire. Enhance, commit your ranged or spell attack. It gets +2 speed or +2 damage. I like cards that are shaped like this a lot. I think a card like this that is shaped in this way that says +2 speed or +2 damage and being modular. Thank you, Wizard, for the follow. I appreciate that, buddy. Having cards like this that are shaped in this way that give speed or give damage really let you play your game the way that you want to. If I need to go for the win and I need them to not interact with my move to get the kill, give the +2 speed is where it's at. If my opponent's out of cards in their hand to block with, giving the +2 damage is where it's at. Having a card like this is really dope, and this has got a really gnarly 1 high block. It's really solid. I like this card a lot, but it's not a build around. But I think it's like a perfect space for where common should be. So let's talk about the cards a little bit in depth and see how many we should be playing. Okay, and I now get to come back here, and then we come all the way back up here. And we start with Stroke the Big Tree. Let's talk about it. So, Stroke, 5/3, 4 low for 5. It's got a gnarly 1 low block. It says, it has the tension keyword, so it snaps us a momentum, and then we can use Roman Cancel Red to make it a mid, to then use its static that says it can't be blocked by mid blocks. This card's really solid. It's essentially a free move. It's very good in Eno, because Eno says that when you change the zone of your move, it gets +2 damage. Just an absolute rock star of a card. I think if you are playing Stroke the Big Tree, you easily could be playing it as a 4 of in your deck. You could feel that you need this card. It is a 5 diff though, so having multiples of them in your hand is not that incredible. So probably putting it in the want category is probably more of where I'm leaning. But if you told me that like, yo, Stroke the Big Tree is the best opener I have, I want to open this every turn, I need to have this card every turn, I would get it. I'd so get it. Or if you have a way to cheat the progressive. So like I think that I'm down to put Stroke the Big Tree in the need category, but if you were like, oh, it should be a want, like it's somewhere in between these two. But I'm going to put it in need because I think this card is that good to be played. From here, we've got Tatamigashi. This card, another low attack under the fire symbol, which is dope. It is a 4/3, 3 low for 4 with a 1 high block. It says tension weapon. It's got the weapon keyword. Response, after rival plays their first enhanced ability of this attack, change this attack's zone. So it can change the zone as you need. Here, I'll help Hack Fraud. So this is a card game much like White Schwartz. It is called Universes. It used to be called the My Hero Academia card game, but they've branched off into a bunch of different IPs, and Guilty Gear is a set that's coming out next. And so I'm evaluating and going over all of these cool cards. Yeah, but inside the game, we've got My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan, Godzilla, Critical Role. We're getting Guilty Gear. We're getting Fairy Tail next year. We've got Street Fighter and just Cowboy Bebop, Trigun Stampede, Tekken. We got a ton. We got a ton of different IPs. And the difference between White Schwartz and Universes is you are allowed to mix your cards. So I can have my Guilty Gear characters playing cool Attack on Titan and My Hero cards. And I can have my Street Fighter characters using cool Guilty Gear attacks and such. And the game plays like a fighting game. So if you look, my cards have zones. So if you look, I don't know if you can see here. If you look on Tatamigashi, this is a low attack, which means that when you play it, it is low zoned, and you block with cards from your hand. This is a high block. It can't block the low attack. I have to find a card that has a low block to block it. So you can have things like zone mix-ups in the game. And like, so after you play this, their first ability, change the zone as attack, I would change it from low to a mid or a high. And depending on what I do, they can or can't block it. Yeah. It is, this game, if you've ever played card games, I think it's the best card game that's ever been made, truthfully. If you like really in-depth mechanical games, it's super dope. It's super dope. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to start back over on Tatamigashi, though. I'm going to start back over on Tatamigashi. So, Tatamigashi, 4/3, 3 low for 4, got a 1 high block. Tension weapon, response after your rival plays their first enhanced ability on this attack, change this attack's zone. This card is cool because it is a zone mix-up, right? Normally, low zones are probably the best zone in the game because there aren't a ton of low blocks available to people. But if my rival postures that they have a low block, right? They take and they reduce the speed of my move, I can then just switch it and turn it into a high and force them to have something else. I think this card is really rad. I'm not 100% positive that we need to play it, though. I think it feels like there's probably better things to do unless you really want this tension, in which case it's probably nice. But I'm going to leave it a niche because I think it doesn't quite do enough damage, and changing the zone after they play in enhance, if they are planning on blocking it, it's so slow that they just won't play in enhance. They'll just like pass and then be good. They'll be whatever. From here, we've got Flame of Corruption. This card, I think, is a staple in any fire symbol Roman cancels matter deck. 1/5, 2 low block. It has the unique keywords. You can only have one of it in your stage. As response after one or more cards are added to your momentum, this deck gets +1 damage, period. And then response flip after you play a Roman Cancel ability, draw a card, then discard a card. So the fact that this card is unique normally says that it's supposed to be a niche card inside of your deck. This is a card that I'm only allowed to have one of at my stage. But because it has this really awesome response ability for momentum generation, I want it in nice. And I can double up on wanting it in nice and having more than one copy of it from niche because of the fact that it says response flip after I play my Roman Cancel. So I'll use my Roman Cancel offensively and then build a second Flame of Corruption if I happen to draw it, which is pretty good. I don't know that I would go much past that. I can't imagine myself playing 3 of it. I don't want this card that bad, but this card's nice when I have it, and so I think a solid 2 of is probably where I'm at. From here, we've got Antidepressant Scale. 4/3 mid for 3, 2 mid. It's got tension range spell, seal one of my own foundations to change the zone of the move. I think that this card, again, in Ino, easily could be like a big role player outside of just playing it in her. I don't think this card has any legs whatsoever. And even in her, I think there's just like better things that we could be doing. So I think just killing this is probably like, I probably, if I had a coaster tier, I'm probably putting Antidepressant Scale on that tier, unless the keywords matter or something along those lines. From here, I've got Fafnir. 6/3, 5 mid for 7. It's got a 1 mid block, punch, spell, tension, response, spend a momentum. After this attack is completely blocked, my rival loses a health for each card in their hand, max 3. So here is, I like this card a ton. I think this card is super, super cool. I could even see myself, I have it in nice right now. There is a world where we could take under some sort of idea and moving this up to the need. I talked about this a lot in the chaos build, but specifically for fire, I think that I would probably still drop it down to nice. If it was chaos, I would probably leave it up in need, because I think that there's a world where I play like 4 of this and like constantly like recycle it and move some stuff. Like it's like this is a really cool card to have a build around, right? If they full block it, they still take 3. If they partial it, they take 4. If they don't block it, they take 7. You play 4 of these and you pretty much win the game. And so like playing and recycling them is kind of cool, but I think that I'm gonna leave it in the nice category, just because I don't think the fire symbol, which this video is focused around, necessarily loves this card. Again, chaos, I think it's dope, but for fire, I'm not here for it. Megalomania. This card's crazy. This card's one of the good ones. 5/3, 5 high for 5. It's got a 1 high block. It's got the ranged and spell keyword, so no tension here. We don't really care about the static where things get the 1/1. We really care about the blitz of after you play it, seal a card in your rival stage. This can be their character. If this card is relevant, it will be a 4 of. We're just gonna play it. If it's not relevant, it's gonna be a 3 of. This card is going to be the most sought after, most desired card of the entire set. This card easily could see getting to $60, $70, $80. Somebody in chat said 200 earlier. I don't think it's going to get that crazy. But I think that this card is going to be up there. It is going to be pricey just because of how much, as an offensive fire card, it can just turn off the best annoying defensive pieces my rival has. Do they have a backup or an asset in their stage? No, they don't. Is their character like what does Rodan do? No, it's not going to happen. Alt art 200 possibly, maybe. There's a world where I don't even know if, I guess I haven't seen the alt art. There's a world where the alt art is kind of crazy. But this card is good. This card will be the chase card. If you open a Megalomania in your box, you have a successful box. This card is very, very solid. From here next, we've got Tyrant Rave. We already talked about Tyrant Rave in the Chaos video, but I'll talk about a little bit here on the Fire video. In the Chaos video, I put him all the way up here in the need category. If he is my attack, if this is my kill condition, I need to see it. everything leads to Tyrant Rave inside of my deck. But I don't think that Tyrant Rave is one of those cards that you need to play 4 of it. It's just that I need to see it because it's very difficult. You can't throw Tyrant Rave in your deck all willy-nilly, especially under the fire symbol. So if I were to rate this in relation to what it's doing with the fire symbol, I think it's actually probably closer to nice or niche. Before Pony Tsunotori got taken out and errated into the ground, she was a crazy fire symbol choice for this character. Barrett came in earlier and said Mikasa Ackerman 1 plays Tyrant Rave really, really well. And so, like, being able to play Tyrant Rave into, playing on a big long string, clearing your card pool very successfully, and then playing Tyrant Rave very easily is very cool. I've also seen people talk about Bullet Punch's Tyrant Rave. So like a Bullet Punch's Tyrant Rave with Kendo Rappa, I think is a relevant idea to have your Tyrant Rave go kind of ballistic. There's certainly some plans that you can make with this guy under the fire symbol, but I'm not positive that is the end all be all of your string. It feels like it's a piece. So I'm gonna put it in niche when it comes to the fire symbol. Up next, we've got Analytical Observation. Again, I talked about this a little bit under the fire symbol, or excuse me, under the earth video. Let's talk fire. In the earth symbol, I put it in the want category because, again, on-block tricks are very, very good. In the long explanation, I listed a couple. In the fire symbol, this is the fastest snap need I've ever seen in my whole life. The number one way that the fire symbol gets stopped and messed up is just breaker. I will breaker you, I will Aries smile you, I will showdown you, I will on block have some sort of interaction that you can't deal with. The fact that the fire symbol now gets to just basically ignore that is such a big deal. It's so massive that this card single-handedly says that if I want to kill you, I'm going to kill you. No more on-block responses are going to matter. Taking in flipping Goblin Bolts and Dimensional Spheres and any on-block trick you could possibly think of, Observation just says no. To the point where easily we could toss it up here into the need, but I'm still going to leave it at want just because it will make people mad on YouTube. Awakened Samurai. 2/5/2 high block. Response sacrifice after your attack deals 5 or more damage. Add the top card of your rival's deck to their card pool face down. I think this card is not very good. I think sacrificing is a very high cost for the gate that I already have to jump through of dealing 5 damage. And so the fact that I have to deal, like 5 is such a high number to have to deal. They can't even partial block it and me get it. I have to land. I have to connect my move. And so for that, it's in niche. Again, if I had a coaster tier, it probably would be there. But it's very, very rare that Awakened Samurai is going to see any sort of even casual play. I don't think Awakened Samurai is going to be fit of the bill. From here, I've got Find Your One Way. It is a 2/5/2 high block. Enhance sacrifice or destroy. Your next check to play a card gets +1 for each card in your momentum. So again, we talked about this card in relation to the Chaos here, and it was a nice card. I think the fire symbol has a significantly difficult way to find a bunch of momentum. Under the Chaos symbol, I think this card is great. I think this card is very good. You could maybe even say it could be in the want. I think I made that argument if you could put it in the want category. But under the fire symbol specifically, I think I'm probably putting it in the niche category because although like I'm trying to kill you on turn 2, turn 3 and destroy my foundations doesn't actually really help me get there. And there are other ways for me to lube up or extend my turn, lube my check, lube my difficulty, extend my turn that Find Your One Way does not necessarily help me with. That I don't think that I can put it in nice because even if I did find Your One Way, I never want to like have 2 of them in my stage under the fire symbol. I could see having 2 of them in my stage under the Chaos symbol, but under fire, I'm not here for it. Truthfully, I'm not here for it. What about all the soul bad guy cards that added momentum? I mean, outside of tension, sure. Like tension makes this card pretty decent, but like even then, it's not gonna be any better than nice. And that's where I'll leave it there. Up next, I've got Hard Rock Witch. 2/5, 2 mid block. Response flip. After rival plays a non-character ability that modifies the damage of an attack, cancel it. I think this card is very good, but because it is a 2-diff, because it's not as potent as some other cards that can exist, I think it's probably going to be a 2-of in your sideboard rather than being played in your main board like some of these other want or need cards. If damage reduction is that impactful to you under the fire symbol, I could easily see Rock Hard Witch going up to 2 in the you could like 1 of it mained, 2 of it sided potentially, or maybe flop those numbers, 2 mained, 1 sided, and then you could say I want this card. But I think that the era of damage reduction is significantly gone. And so the thing that Rock Hard Witch would be doing would be stopping my rival from putting stats on this card. Yeah, this card's nice to have, but I don't think it's gonna be any better than that. From here, we've got Heaven or Hell. 3/5, 2 mid block. Sacrifice mill 5 for stats, or reveal a card from your hand, add a duplicate from your discard pile to your hand. You choose one of those, unless you've gotten 2 momentum, i.e. you've used Roman cancels, or i.e. tension, and then you get to do both. I think this card is so dope, and there's a world where I actually put this at the 4 of. I think this is the one of these cards that I'm very comfortable putting in the I'm down to play 4 of this and just try and kill you with it. This card's super kill you with this card. How many stats can I put on the board? I'll destroy this to add the best attack from my discard pile back into my hand. This card is so good. I'm looking at, like, under the fire symbol, like Fire Biako going crazy with this card. It's a 3-diff, which is great for his game plan. Milling 5 is great for his game plan. Taking in and picking up extra attack cards, great for his game plan. Like, I'm like, this card could single-handedly take that B+, A- tier character and push them closer to A+, S-, truthfully. Depending on how aggressive we want to go with Heaven or Hell. This card is really rock solid. It's probably going to be one of those, I put 4 of it in my deck, and then due to cutting for space, it ends up dropping down to a 3 of. And so for that reason, I think that I'm going to toss it in the want to begin with. But man, I could, of these 3 difficulty UR foundations, this is the one that I want to open. This one is so good. Let's talk Ram Lethal's Great Swords. Cool card. 1/5, 2 mid block. Commit for 3 damage. Or I play a bit of a guessing game with my rival on block zones for them to cancel it. Getting the information about what cards are in my rival's hands or what cards they're willing or wanting to show me is so neat. It's also like it can't even they don't even necessarily have to show you the correct zone or not, right? So let's talk about it. Commit, name a block zone. Your move gets 3 damage. Your rival may reveal 1 card from their hand with a block zone that matches the named zone to cancel this effect. So they can just be like, I choose not to show you the card. And they have the block zone that you care about, that you named. They let you have the 3 damage and then just block the move anyways, right? That is the mentality that you could have. I think this card in conjunction with Roman Cancel Red might be a big deal, might be a cool idea. And so with Ram Lethal's Greatsword, there's going to be some real mental game. With that said, it's too much moving pieces for not enough information to be gathered. If it forced them to show me the card, right? Your rival must reveal the card out of their hand. If the block zones match, cancel its effects, do it, right? Otherwise, they're just not going to show you the card, not care about the block zone, just block your +3 damage. Commit for +3 damage is not a good enough rate, even on a 1/5 with a 2 mid block. It's neat to think about conceptually. It's not good enough in practice. Up next, we've got Wolf's Ferocity, a card that we have talked about again in the all deck or all video, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time here. It is a 1/5 2 low block. It says response after this card enters your discard pile from your hand or deck. During the enhanced step, this deck gets +1/+1. Again, taking in, if I play this card, I'm probably going to be playing it out of 4 of, because it is relevant enough to getting +1/+1 accidentally. Combine that tactically with things like Heaven or Hell, that I'm milling just a ton of cards. Just accidentally getting +2, +2, +3, +3, +4, +4 off of throwing a bunch of these is so good. And somebody pointed out earlier that this card does not remove for its cost. So when I cycle and I put my cards back in my deck and I go for it again, I'm allowed to respond one more time. My big downside on this card is that it does not have an ability on stage. And so if it ever ends up in my stage, it's a flip fodder, it's sacrifice fodder, it's remove fodder, but I want to discard it, I want to mill it. So for that reason, I'm going to leave it up in the in the need category, especially under the fire symbol, but I'm going to be putting it in the repeat section because it's a repeat. And then last card for the fire symbol, I have Youthful Exuberance. We talked about this card on the air video. It is a 2/5 with a 1 high block, air, fire, E-commit. Your ranged or spell attack gets +2 speed and +2 damage. The pros of this card are it has range. If I need speed right now, I'll give it speed. If I need damage right now, I can give it damage. The con is, rather than being like a once per turn, it is a commit cost, which is a very high cost when I'm trying to play out the big, long fire strings, as well as it is keyword gated with ranged or spell. So I like the fact that it has some limitations on the ranged spell, like just giving anything +2 or +2 would probably be maybe a little too good on a 1 high block. But for my fire symbol, I want to be playing out these big long strings, and I'm not sure I can afford to commit the card. I think for this symbol, I would probably put it into niche, but the air symbol one, I believe I put in nice, so I can leave it there because it's probably a decent enough. I can put in a decent enough 1 high block commit commit to try and end the game that I think having it at 2 of would not be that bad. And then going back to presenting. Then we turn that back off. Boop. I go back. All right. So now that we are done looking at the specifics of the cards, let's now take that context and talk about the characters that are involved with these cards. Let's talk, 7 hand size, 21 health character. She's got the fire and void symbol with the mage trait. Enhance : change the zone of this attack, my attack or your attack. That's so huge. Your rival may have you selectively seal one of their foundations to cancel this ability. There's so much to impact just on this enhance. So if I'm trying to zone mix up you on my turn, and I say I want to change the zone of my move to a zone that you potentially don't have, you have to, if you say no to that, I get to take your best defensive piece and turn it off for the rest of this turn. If you say, yes, I may change the zone of this attack, I will give my move +2 damage because it says response after you change the zone of an attack, it gets +2 damage. This character, alongside Roman Cancel Red, says that if I want to change it back, I can give it an additional +2 damage. So +4 damage on this singular attack. Now let's talk defense. Change the zone of this attack, period. I know that I want to full block this move. And it's a high, I want to make it a low. My rival can take and say, hey, I don't want you to change that. You can seal my best offensive foundation to stop this. And I go, that's okay. I sealed your best offensive foundation, and I had the high block anyways. So I will just block it. You sealed the foundation for no reason. There is so much going on with Eno. And we go back and we look at, as chat says, stroke the big tree or depressed, antidepressant scale. Like, even looking at, what was the name of it? It was, did I miss it? Where's it at? Oh, it's up further. Tatamagashi. After my rival plays the first enhance during this attack, changes attack zone. So now it's a 3 low for 4. They played an enhance. It's now a 3 high for 6. I'll Eno. Can I change it again? All right, it's back to being a 3 low for 8. That's really, really good. Like, instantly, that card jumps in scale in just an Eno. It's very, very solid. It's very, very solid. From here, let's talk Soul Bad Guy. 632. It's got Chaos and Fire. It's got the Warrior trait. It says, statically, your first attack each turn gains tension, which means grab us a Roman Cancel token. And then response, after 1 or more cards are added to your momentum, your next check to play a fire card gets +1, period. So every time that I use tension, my next check to play a fire card gets +1. Very, very cool. In a fire deck, which is the context that we have here with this video, every time that I use tension, my next check is a little bit easier to play. So maybe there is a world where I take and I play a singular attack, and I tension on the move, get my thing +1 on my next check. Use Soul Bad Guy's tension for +1 on my check, and then I just play Tyrant on an 8 with +2 to my check. I check a 5, 6, 7, commit my 1 foundation to give my it's a 6 difficulty 7 for 7. That's probably decent enough as an attack, right? There is some really, really cool things that you can do with Soul Bad Guy to expand upon his idea, but just giving +1 to all your checks, essentially making all of your checks a little bit smoother with the tension keyword is really, really good. Not to mention like all the extra momentum that you could gather to like double and triple up on it. I think this is really solid. Wants big long strings rather than a couple attacks and then one very cheap attack all the way at the end. Neat way to showcase the 2 different symbols that Soul Bad Guy can have. Whew, 3 more, chat. Whew. All right, let's look at the order symbol. Starting with Behemoth Typhoon. It is a 6 difficulty, 3 check, 5 high for 7 with a 0 high block, has tension, charge, and slam. Says response, after you commit 3 or more cards to pass the check to play this card, your rival commits 2 foundations. So essentially, it's a poor man's 6 difficulty stun 2 move, but it wants to be played pretty late in the chain. This card is a tough pill to swallow because normally we want to play our high difficulty cards pretty early. And if we do play our high difficulty cards late, we want a way to kind of cheat them in. And so like if I check a 3, I get to have stun 2 as the first move, or I'm trying to like check a 5 as my later card. Like I'm not in love with Behemoth Typhoon. I think it's a neat card. I think the 0 high block is really cool. I like the fact that it does have a 0 high block, but I'm not 100% positive that this is. I wish it had just a little more juice on it. Wish it had a little more juice. Kamuri Yuki is a 4/3, 4 low for 3 with a 2 low block. Has tension and weapon. Blitz. If you have 1 or more counters on your character, this attack gains EX2, an incredible way to spend all of this tension momentum that I am gaining. So I will add a blood counter to my character on turn 1 or on the previous attack, and then Kamuri Yuki in order to grab a blood counter and then spend the tension that I gained to have this be an 8 low for 7 if it is my second attack, and I am Nago. Very, very solid secondary follow-up move. With that said, though, kind of limited to the characters that can play with counters. Gonna be a tough sell for other characters to get full use out of this 4/3, 4 low for 3. Up next, we've got the King of Illyria. 1/5, 2 high block, unique. Enhance, add this card to your hand, period. Add 1 committed rival foundation from their stage to their hand. If you have played a Roman cancel ability this turn, this ability has Tenacious. Iria. Okay, Iria. All right. This card is so mean. This card in Order Life decks is going to be so ungodly annoying. Blocking with a Desperate Plea, blocking this, using Desperate Plea to build it back down, and then adding a card back to their stage over and over and over is going to be so annoying. So annoying. And I don't even necessarily care if it is playable or committed. Any Order Life character is for sure going to be playing this card at least a 1-of to just be annoying. This card's great. This card is kind of exactly what I want annoying order cards to be, right? If you didn't want that card back in your hand, you shouldn't have committed it, or you shouldn't have let me commit it selectively. You should have figured out a way to get around my puzzle. I think this card is good. It will see play. From here, we have Dire. I missed one. I missed an important one. I missed an important one, chat. Where are you? There you are. Whew. We're here. All right. Click this. All right, next we have Blood-Sucking Universe. It is a 5/3, 3 high for 5 ultra rare. It's got a 2 mid block. Tension, Throw. It's got the all and order keywords. I've talked about this a little bit on the all video. It says response after this attack deals damage, gain 2 health. If you have 2 or more counters on your character, gain 4 health instead. For my counter-loving characters, which the order symbol has just a ton of, Blood-Sucking Universe is going to be very, very good. Both Historia and Krista. We've got Nago. We've got. I'm sure that there's one more. I thought that there was one more. There might not be, but either way, this character with the order symbol, like honestly, Historia and Krista are going to be so annoying being able to gain 4 health every time Blood-Sucking Universe hits them, and then having any sort of way to like repick them back up and then replay them. Ugh, it's going to be very, very solid. Very, very good. This card's going to be solid. From here, we've got Dire Eklat. It's a 5/3, 4 high for 5 with a 1 low block. Tension Charge Weapon. We talked about it a little bit on the air video. Blitz, your next charge or ranged attack gains 1/1. Keyword locked, but gives both speed and damage. It's got some pretty hefty stats on it as a 4 high for 5. Makes this card, I think, pretty worth it. It's a pretty decent opener, but outside of that, like playing it second is a no-go. But being your first move, I think, has a ton of weight behind it to get that Roman cancel, as well as grab a little bit extra stats on the previous moves. Also, the 1 low block is also very good. This card feels great. This card feels very, very good. Up next, I've got Ride the Lightning. It's a 4/3, 4 mid for 5 with a 2 high block. Charge spell weapon. It's got air and order. Again, talked a little bit about it on the air video. Your rival must commit a foundation as an additional cost to play responsibilities during this attack period. So difficult to interact with response-wise. Hey, I'll put it back to printed. I'll use my Roman cancel. Blah, 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 blah. If you use responses at all, if I breaker you, I try to cancel a draw or whatever, this response is very good. Then its response says, after this attack deals damage, draw a card, period. So, amazing flow card. If your rival has 6 or more committed foundations, draw 2 cards instead. So if they overcommitted, I get to draw 2 cards after it hits. Or, if I somehow committed them out using stun or getting a bunch of extra speed and then like a partial block, I get to draw 2 cards. I think this card is fine. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's fine. I think the draw 1, maybe draw 2 is very cool. I think making them commit foundations is very cool. It's a meaty 4 diff again. 4 mid for 5 is great stats on a 4 diff. But it's not like a game-winning piece. It is the jab to set up your game-winning piece. And so I think that there is a world where, like, this card is not seeing, it's not a 4 of in your deck. Like, it's good, but it's not like a mandatory. I gotta play this all the time. I'm trying to set up to play a big crazy haymaker. Up next, I've got Standing Kick. It is a 5/3, 5 mid for 4 with tension. It's got the kick keyword. It's got a beautiful 1 mid block. It's got the all in order keywords, or all in order symbols, excuse me. It's talked about a little bit in the all video. Blitz. Each player draws 1 card, period. Symmetrical draw is good. It is good, but it can be dangerous giving my rival an extra resource if on my turn they can effectively use that resource. Luckily, Standing Kick, being a 5 mid, says that it is difficult for them to utilize that resource effectively, especially on the order symbol with how much stage control that I will have. So I will draw my bonus card, tap down their stage, have a base 5 speed move and say, hey, block with that 3 mid block I gave you. Oh, you can't check an 8. That's very, very good for an attack as your opener, right? I'm just going to draw a bonus card, replace itself, turn my 6-hander into a 7-hander, then move on from there. Very, very good stuff. The issue with this card comes in when my rival is allowed to ignore this card and then spend that resource somewhere else. And so I think putting damage on this move, like Nago does, is really important to making Standing Kick work and matter. From here, we've got Heaven or Hell as our first foundation. 3/5, 2 mid block. It's got the fire and order symbol. An amazing symbol combination. In hand sacrifice, choose a card. If you added 2 more momentum to your added 2 cards to your momentum this turn, choose both instead. So really good with the tension game plan. Mill 5, this deck is 1 speed, 1 damage for each attack milled this way. And then reveal a card from your hand, add a copy of the revealed card from your discard pile to your hand, period. So this card is really interesting because when we look at it from the order symbols perspective, they don't do a ton of milling and like discard pile matter for this card. It is a lot of, that's very much a fire thing. But at the same time, the order symbol wants to have +1/+1, and then reveal a card from your hand, add a copy of the revealed card from a discard pile to your hand. Like adding really potent attacks from a discard pile to my hand is very good. Like imagine playing Patrick Baby, Heaven or Hell. I will show you a Patrick Baby. You live Patrick Baby. I kill you. I just kill you dead. This is so good as a flow piece to just go pick up extra cards. I don't even necessarily think that the order symbol cares about the mill 5/1/1. Icing on the cake. I think the order symbol cares about add an additional kill card to my hand. That's probably what the order symbol cares about. I think this card is so good for the order symbol. Probably like insane for the order symbol. Up next, we've got Irreverent Attitude. 2/5, 1 mid block. It's got Earth and Order. I talked about this a little bit on the Earth video. But response flip after an attack is blocked. The next attack this turn gets +2 or -3 damage, period. We've already had this card in the game in the form of Elasticity. But Elasticity had a significantly worse block. I believe it was a 3 high block. For attacking on an extra damage bonus for the +2 becomes a +3 and then -3. And then thank you, Mika-chan Typhoon, for the follow. I appreciate that. And then it also had an extra response of if I got stunned, I canceled it and stole a momentum. And so there is something about like trading off the extra point stat wise and the cancel stun steal a momentum for 2 block and a better block zone. Like there's something like this. And so I'm not 100% positive that I'm in love with Irreverent Attitude. I'm not sure that I'm in love with it, but Yeah, well, it might see some play. My fighting style. 1/5, 2 high block. It's got order and water. Response tenacious. Flip, : after one or more rival foundations are built or readied during the combat phase, commit and freeze one of them. Whoa. So if you build it, I will lock it down and say it can't be used not just for this turn, but the next turn. And then if you ready it, like I committed it, you committed it, whatever, I'm going to commit and freeze it, lock it down for 2 turns. This card is really, really good when it's relevant. The issue that we have with this card is when does my rival build in or re-ready cards? And the answer is very, very, very little. It's not happened very often. And so fighting style, sadly, is probably not going to see a ton of play. But it's a very strong ability. It's really good. If my rival is readying a bunch of cards and like going crazy with it, this one's nuts. Issue is it doesn't happen very often. Up next, I've got Ram Lethal's Great Swords. It's a 1/5, 2 mid block. Fire, an order card. Enhance, commit, name a block zone. This deck is 3 damage. Your rival may reveal a card from their hand with that block zone that matches the named block zone to cancel this effect. I talked about this in the fire symbol deck, or fire symbol video. This is a very cool way to give a 1/5 commit for +3 damage. It's neat. And I like the idea of my rival, like you and your rival playing this, like jockeying back and forth. Hey, show me a mid versus my mid, and you can cancel this thing. And then I can change the zone with my Roman cancel red. My big issue with this card is just it says the word may. Your rival may reveal a card from their hand that matches the zone to cancel it. If they already have the zone, they're just not going to show you, and they're just going to block it, and it doesn't matter if it's got the extra damage or not, unless of course it's a throw, in which case it might matter. But like they're just gonna block the thing, and so like changing the zone or them canceling it does not necessarily matter, you know. It's a tough position to be in. I want to like this card. It's neat. I want to like this card. It's just not very good. Up next, we've got Secretary of Defense. Very outdated card in today's political climate. It's a 2/5, 2 low block. It's got order and void. Response. Can use Ramus Great Sword on fire? They can. They can use it on fire. Response, commit after you seal one or more rival foundations. Commit one of them, period. That's pretty decent. This is really good under the void symbol with Eno. But under the order symbol, I don't know how we're sealing their cards. And then response, commit after you commit one or more rival foundations. Seal one of them. Seal that foundation again at the beginning of the next turn. Whoa, that's really, really good. That is the order ability, right? After I commit a rival foundation, I seal it and then seal it again. I take away all the game text and then it loses the game text once again. Wow, that's so good. That's really, really rock solid. Holy cow. That card's crazy. I stun you, I seal it, and then get rid of it again. Whoa. That's so good. You better have some face downs for me to commit. That's really good. Wait. Let me get it crazy, right? Let's talk about the play pattern. I take on my turn, I stun you. Sorry, on your turn, hold on. I'm trying to find the line. If I commit their card on their turn, I can respond and commit it to seal that card that was stunned on their turn. And then when it gets back to my turn, if it's a card that is playable or committed, right? It's tenacious. It gets back to my turn. I will then seal it and then respond, commit it. But it's already committed, so who cares? All right, the play pattern doesn't work. This card's neat. It's not as good as it's not as wombo combo as I thought it was. The Roar of the Spark, 2/5, 2 mid block, air order, enhance commit. This deck gets stun 1 or -2 speed. Talked about it a little bit on the air version. This card is really, really neat. If you have space for a 2/5 commit for -2 speed move. It's neat if you've got that space. 2/5 commit -2 speed is relevant in the game. and then it having the extra ability tacked on of, hey, let's give it stun 1. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, and under the order symbol, which is what the video is about, we care about the order symbol here. It's really good when it comes to like making sure that they've got a bunch of committed foundations when it matters. I think that's dope. My issue is this the best 2/5 commit for -2 speed that the order symbol can get? And I think that, but honestly, maybe, right? Having things like walk the dog be relevant, could be to put the Roar of the Spark above other things like, when I look at things like Master of Drunken Fighting, right? Another 2/5, I commit 1, you commit 1. Roar of the Spark is a 2/5, I commit 1, you commit 1 on my turn, but -2 speed on your turn, depending on which mode I decide to go for the turn cycle. So this card's probably fine. This card's probably fine. Up next, and lastly, I've got What Do You Fight For? It is a 2/5/2 low block, all in order. We talked a little bit about on the all video. Enhance flip : draw 1 card, period. This card is very good. Flip : draw 1 card is a very sparse resource. And I don't think that the order symbol has very much flip, draw 1 card available to it. And so what do you fight for? Just being just draw a card into my hand is so good. Specifically for things like a thing like Historia wants to draw this extra, wants to have a little bit of extra card draw. Things like, funny enough, a character that has both these symbols, like Genkai, wants to draw bonus cards. Like there's plenty. E-flip draw card is just good. It's just so good. That you should want to play a 2/5/2 low block that says draw 1 card. It's just a good ability. You should definitely be playing this one. From here, let's talk about I do this. Let's talk about the order cards, starting with Behemoth Typhoon. So, 6/3, 5 high for 7. That was 0 high block. Tension, charge, slam. Response after you commit 3 or more cards to pass this. Your rival commits 2 foundation. So if I check bad, it's a 5 high for 7, 6 diff with stun 2. It's best when I played on the second turn of the game. Like I build my 4, and then I play Behemoth. I check my 3, I tap my 3, and then I stun 2 you, and I just gotcha you for a 5 high for 7. But if I do that, then like building out is harder, and I'm certainly not attacking afterwards. It's I'm not a fan of this card, and I think if you were determined to play this card, at most it would be nice to see. At most it would be nice to see, because it being a 6 difficulty that I commit 1 to give it a 5 high for 7 that gets the tension token. The best part about that card is that it's a 0 high block. So I'm going to put it as niche. I think there's just better things that you could be doing on the order symbol than pray that I check bad on my first card. It's just that simple. If it had some other ability that was like, before you play this card, you can commit 2 foundations to increase your check by 2, and like I commit those 2 and then check the 5 and then rock it, like I'd be down, right? But I just like if I can force the commit 3, I'd be in. But it's just not good enough as a card, sadly. Kamari Riki is 4/3, 4 low for 3 with a good 2 low block tension weapon. Blitz, if you have 1 or more counters on your character, this attack gains EX2. A great way to spend that tension momentum. This is a good card. I'm not sure if Nago is going to be playing it or not. This is my big thing. I think this is just another card that kind of goes in the niche pile of my character has to have a counter, and even if I do have a counter, it's not all that threatening without the damage that Nago can put on it. The other counter characters can't really do that. And then even if I do have the counter characters, it's EX2, so I have to have momentum to utilize it anyways. It's kind of just like a 4 low for 3 tension generator, which I can just find better cards than that, you know? I'm going to mispronounce this. I've lost the pronunciation in chat. King of Illyria? Illyria? Or 1/5/2 high block, the most annoying card on the planet. It's unique. I take and I add this to my hand to add a committed foundation to your hand. So very useful if you stun the wrong thing, or I selectively stun the best thing, and I just like lift it in your hand. If I've played a Roman cancel ability, it is playable while committed. This card is very good, to the point where I could see myself playing 2 of it, even though it has the unique keyword. This card is nice to have, especially if you have some ability to build it back in your stage, i.e., being able to take and play things such as, oh my goodness, I'm losing it, Desperate Plea. Desperate Plea combined with this card is so unbelievably annoying. I will, back in the day, it was Ever Hopeful. I was Ever Hopeful and just lift cards over and over and over again. Fill your hand with a bunch of committed cards. This card's not as good as Ever Hopeful was back in its heyday, but it's very Ever Hopeful adjacent. I'm just gonna put all these cards back in your hand, and you're gonna be flooded with foundations on your next turn. It's very, very good. Luckily, we don't have a decent way to build it in on our turn. It's only being built in on defense. So, from here, Blood-Sucking Universe is our next card. A card that we talked about in the all video, and I absolutely put it up here in the need category. A 3 high for 5 throw that gains you 2 to 5 health that also generates you momentum is very, very good. This card's really, really solid. Absolutely should be playing it. Easily could see yourself playing it at a 4 of and want to play it as your opener on every single turn of the game. Snap you that momentum. When it hits, gain your health. Get a second momentum because it is a throw. It's very good. It is a repeat, though. I'm going to put it down here in the repeat section. Dire Eclat. 5/3, 4 high for 5. Got a 1 low block tension charge weapon. Blitz, your next charge or ranged attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage. I'm pretty sure that I put this card here in the nice. If you need a low block to round out your block attack blocking zones, I think Dire is probably one of the best choices that you have, especially because it grabs that tension as well as it gives it's a little meaty. It's 4 high for 5, decent numbers. And then your next charge or range attack gets 1/1, which is just inherently good. That's just a good thing to give something. It's very, very solid. And so, for that reason, even under the order symbol, under the air symbol, it was great. Even under the order symbol, I think I'm going to leave it in that same category. Up next, we've got Ride the Lightning, 4/3/4 mid for 5 with a 2 high block. Has the charge spell weapon keyword. It says statically, anytime your rival plays a responsibility, they commit a foundation. And then response, after the attack deals damage, draw a card. If they have 6 or more committed foundations, you draw 2 instead. So if they're tapped out, you get to draw 2. Great flow card. I'm pretty sure I put it all the way up here in the want category. I think I want to see this card. Beautiful 3 of in most decks, but this is not one of the build-arounds that I need to see this card every single turn. But on the turn that I kind of want to go in, or a turn that I want to build out nice and wide, I think Ride the Lightning is good and wanted well enough to play at easily a 3 of. Easily a 4 of, truthfully, if you want it, but like doubling up on Ride the Lightning probably is not amazing to do. Probably a decent 1 of, but like playing 2 of them back to back on turn 2 is probably they don't have the 6 foundations to draw the 2 cards on anyways. So like I would rather save it for a little bit later. It not having stun is a little tough, but you know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, you got to ask him to play a couple responsibilities. Up next, I've got Standing Kick. Standing Kick is a card that, as I am looking at it more and more, I might be like coming around on raising its stat. I'm pretty sure that I put it in the want category. It's possible that like if you don't have decent openers or you want to generate momentum, Standing Kick is as a tension is just like a good move. At 5/3, 5 mid for 4, symmetrical draw. If I use that symmetrical draw better than you do on my turn, then this card is worth it. But the fact that like I have to play it as an attack, it's very fast, but it's not hit very hard on a 5 diff. It's just a flow card. And so there is a chance that I push this up to need, but I think because its damage is not very high, we have to use Naga or some other place to find that damage. I think I'm gonna leave it in want for now. Up next, I've got Heaven or Hell. Again, this card is so good. This card is so good to the point where under the order symbol, I think that I am actually just going to push this up to the need. I want 4 of this card at my stage. I want to have the biggest, widest, craziest stage of all time. Find the best attack that I have, the best finisher, the best thing to end the game on, and just Heaven and Hell and pick them all up over and over and over again. Like, this card makes me so ecstatic that things like teaming with the Attack Titan are gone. Could you imagine on your first move having triple Heaven or Hell, 3 Attack Titans in the discard pile, and then just like revealing a team of the Attack Titan and just picking them up over and over again and just slamming a bunch of 1-diff moves all the way at the end? It's crazy. It's so crazy. Specifically under the order symbol, which has a tough time killing people, lifting attack cards is important. I don't really care about the 1/1. I care about the attack card. For that reason, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this guy up to the I need to see this in my stage. And I'm going to move the one that I had in the fire video down into the repeat section. Up next, I've got Irreverent Attitude. It's a 2/5/1 mid block. Response flip. After this attack is blocked, the next attack this turn gets +2 or -3 damage. I have it over here in the niche category, and I think I did that on the Earth video. I think that's where I'm going to stick with it on the Order video. I'm not 100% positive that this card is going to see any play. Again, I think trading out the bottom response. I think trading out the bottom response with a better block mod does not elevate this card enough under 2 different symbols for me to want to play Irreverent Attitude. No matter how much damage reduction I'm trying to pack into my deck. Up next, I've got Jealous Homunculus, a card that I forgot to put on my little presentation. So here's my main thoughts on it now. This card I think is very important for the order symbol. It is a 1/5/2 mid block. It's got chaos and order. If you want my long form thoughts, go look at the order video. Enhance flip. Your rival spends a momentum. Only playable if you have less momentum than your only if they have more momentum than you. Excuse me. So if they have a momentum and I don't, I can spend their momentum. The card's really good when going second. They play their 4 foundations. I play my 4 foundations, including Homunculus. They play an attack with tension on it, so they snap their ability. Their first enhance is pass or whatever. I instantly get to Homunculus and have them spend that momentum. And so they can't set up and prep and grab a second momentum off of something and do something crazy. I instantly make them spend that Roman cancel and just get rid of it. This card is good. This card is good to see it play. I think that I put it over here in nice just because I could easily see it existing in the sideboard. If Roman cancels are more important, I think that it could find its way into the main board, maybe even pushing up into want. But because of the fact that it's gated on this when I'm allowed to play it, I'm probably gonna leave it nice. From here, we've got My Fighting Style. 1/5/2 high block. Response Tenacious Flip. After one or more rival foundations are built or ready during the combat phase, commit and freeze one of them. This card is Very cool. It's good when it's good. It's very niche. I don't think this card's ever going to see any competitive play. If there is too much building and readying, the UVS games will ban something before this card becomes relevant. I think this card is so cool for your personal local meta. I think your personal locals are going to hate you for packing 4 copies of My Fighting Style locally, but competitively, it's just not going to do very much. Ram Lethal's Great Swords. This card, when I look at my categories of need, want, nice, niche, is a niche card. It is a little too difficult to get the commit for +3 to be relevant when my opponent is allowed to mess with the cancel ability. If I commit for my +3 damage and my rival cares about it, then it means that they just, if they care about it, they'll show me the block zone that matches and matters. If they don't care about it, they're just not going to show me the block zone and then just probably full block my move. It is a little tough to play Ram Lethal's Greatsword and get enough value out of it to be worth it and matter. Up next, I've got Secretary of Defense. 2/5, 2 low block. Response commit after you seal 1 or more rival foundations, commit 1 of them. And then response commit after you commit 1 or more rival foundations, seal 1 of them. Seal that foundation again at the beginning of the next turn. This card under the order symbol, I think is not very good. Come back to the void symbol video to see how important I think this card is under that symbol. But all in all, I think that this card is pretty niche when it comes to order. When I commit their thing, I seal it and then I reseal it. Unless I am selectively committing something that is playable while committed, this card is not very good. If that's the case, then this card is probably popped up to nice because I can take and turn it off for an entire turn cycle. But then I have to figure out, how do I keep it? How do I recommit it, or so on and so forth? Like, being able to selectively commit that tenacious playable committed card is really important. If it was after they commit one due to anything, like passing a check or their own ability or whatever, I think that Secretary of Defense would see way more play. It'd be really, really cool. But the fact that it is not that ability makes it kind of bad. Up next, I've got Roar of the Spark. I talked about this on the air video, but it's a 2/5, 2 mid block. It says enhance commit. This deck gets stun 1 or -2 speed. In the air video, I went ahead and put it up here in the nice category. Again, in the current metagame, having a 2/5 commit for -2 speed with a bonus tacked on ability of stun 1 is worth it. There's plenty of 2/5s commit for -2 speed that do an additional thing. And so the fact that this one says stun 1 versus re-readying or potentially extra damage or whatever, I think it's fine. If you've got room for a 2/5 commit for -2 speed, I think Roar of the Spark is a totally fine one to play at a 2 of. And then my last card, I've got What Do You Fight For? It is a 2/5, 2 low block, flip, draw 1 card. This card is so good. When I take and I look at What Do You Fight For in the current metagame, I want to play this card very, very badly. I want this card on my board on every single turn, but I think with it not being a 1 diff flip that redraws, I don't think I'm allowed to put it in the need category. It's got to stay in here in the want category. But it's got a great low block. It's probably one of the cards that I'm going to be putting in my deck at a 4 of and then cutting down to a 3 of, honestly. Okay, So now that we talked about the cards a little bit more in depth, let's talk about the characters that can use them. Let's talk Kai Katsuki in reference to the order symbol. It's a 6 hand size, 30 health character, has the champion keyword, air and order. Enhance, this attack gets +1 or -1 speed. If your rival has 6 or more committed foundations, it gets +3 or -3 speed instead, period. And the response, after your charge or range attack deals damage, commit or freeze 1 rival foundation. This guy is the embodiment of the order symbol. This guy might be the best order character in the game at the moment. This attack getting +1 or -1 speed is so good. Because every move is a little tougher to interact with or a little easier for me to block. And /or, if my rival has 6 more committed foundations, very easy for the order symbol to do. My move gets +3 speed. Imagine Kai's Walk the Dogs under the order symbol. Taking and going Patrick Baby into Walk the Dog is so easy. It's so easy. This character is so good just on that top enhance. And then after your charge or range attack deals damage, commit or freeze a rival foundation selectively. I will selectively commit the cool thing that you care about, and I will turn it sideways. Or once I have stunned out your whole board, I'm going to start selectively freezing the pieces, saying that they don't re-ready, which then say that the top enhance is even easier to get to again because you're already still committed that much further out. This character is so potent, so strong at playing absolutely massive strings and controlling the board over and over and over again. This character is crazy under the order symbol. And then our other order character is Nago. He's a 6 hand size, 32 health character with the all and order symbol, has the samurai and vampire tag. Has a static that says, when an ability that adds 1 or more blood counters to this card resolves, if there are 4 or more blood counters on it, commit 1 rival card, lose 10 health, and remove all blood counters from this card. This cannot kill you. Cannot reduce your health below 1. So, I play my cool bottom enhance of gain a blood counter +4 damage. I do that 4 times, and then this character is allowed to commit my rival's character. I can commit the best defensive piece on the board, including your character, and then keep slamming more damage over and over and over again. Once I resolve this, this enhance 8 times, I've now committed the second best card in your turn. I can resolve it 12 times, I commit the extra one. But if I resolve it 12 times, I burn myself for 30 health. So now all my rival has to do is poke me for 2 and it's game over. A single throw and it's game over. I think this character, when it comes to the order symbol, is neat. There's not a ton of health game or counter reduction or whatever that exists on this symbol. But there's a lot of cool pieces that he has access to of like selectively committing cards. And then once I've committed enough cards, now I'll stack all my blood counters and +4, and then end the game that way. So I think this character is really cool, is really neat. The question is how gung-ho are you going to be adding on those blood counters or not? That's the big question. Okay, chat. It is almost midnight. I do not have time to finish this tonight. As I have to go to bed because I have to get up tomorrow and I have to pack and get ready to go to Scotland on the next on Thursday. So here is what is going to happen. I am going to have to finish this probably tomorrow night by myself off stream. So I do greatly appreciate you all hanging out with me, but this I gotta be done with the stream tonight. Go steal that regional. That's the plan. That is the plan. I appreciate you all hanging out with me tonight. It was it's been very cool, very dope. I will catch you guys all next time. Let me hit somebody with a raid. Let me see if I can find somebody who is up on and playing cool games. Airplane window in the video would be dope. What? Twitch.tv. Let's see. I would like to not click that. See if there's anybody up and live that matters. No, it does not look like it. So I think that I'm going to let you guys go. Yeah. Thank you all for hanging out. I do greatly appreciate it. I told a friend UVS tonight. Hell yeah, go buddy. Doing Lord's work. I appreciate it. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm just gonna click the end stream button. We'll catch you all next time.